Hey guys. All right. I'm excited to be doing some more of my orcs. I'm going to try to do things a little differently. Is my camera okay? Yeah, my camera's good. How's my audio? Audio good? Hey dude. To get my gears going. Sponsor? No. I'm just kidding. That would be cool though. But that would be the most unhealthy thing for me. Oh my god. That would not I would not survive long. Um, yeah, it's not one of those healthy drinks. Yeah. So I'm gonna be continuing my orcs. I'm gonna do things just slightly different on how I do them. Where more I was doing like batch painting, like okay, do all the metals and stuff. Um, I was feeling like burnout with that, but I'm so far along with my orcs right now. So I think if I just like spend just a little time individually on one, go to the next, spend it individually on one, go to the next. I think we'll actually see some like finalization of a lot of the orcs. Oh, I do have all my washes here. Yeah, I got all sorts of stuff set up. Um, am I a good angle? Because I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is a good angle. I wanna be, because I know I'm a little downwards, but I'm like prepping on how I'm gonna be kind of orientated, I guess. But yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm getting pretty far along. I think my war boss needs a little bit more metallics, but I mean, I got most of my orc boys. Man, these guys get dusty quick. I don't have them in like a display case yet, so like a week goes by and they got like a layer of dust. But like for one of my orcs being like that, oh, hold on, let's get them. Let's get them kind of. Oh, my camera's not going to cooperate, but you'll see him on the craft cam. I call That's what I have it named in my program. He's like he's like almost ready for the washes, and then we're gonna build up highlights. Well, it's building up back the medium values and then the highlights, but it's not that difficult. It's like a very quick build up into doing that. Hello, hello. I think this orc specifically, I actually forgot to shade his hand. His hand is still kind of that cooler um, green color, I guess. So let me pop up some of my references and let's just get right into it. I don't want to spend too much time on intermission today, so crafting stream, let's go. All right, here we go. So let's see if my cameras will cooperate now. It's not. It's not. But you'll see what I mean by this hand once I get the focus in on him. His hand is like just slightly. You can actually kind of see it there. There we go. That's there. I forgot to shade that whole hand. I did the rest of the body. It has that more like vegetable color look. So why don't I just like go ahead and do that? I have to find where's that. It's a new wash. Oh, it looks like red from the top. So this is the no, I don't want rust. This is it. It was right next to me the whole time. Yeah, this Cassandra yellow. Cassandra. I don't know what Cassandra is in 40k, but let me get like a cruddy brush, because you don't necessarily need to. This is a good one, like the army painter brushes. The army painter brushes, they're synthetic brushes, which I still use a lot of synthetic brushes. They're good, like beater up brushes, and what I mean by that is like they're not necessarily on the bad side of synthetic by any mean, but they're like good synthetics to beat up, if that makes sense. I give a lot of trust into what I'm doing with like stuff like this. So I'm just gonna give this guy a quick pass, and you can already see like it's getting that, like, I know I used the term vegetable color, but it gives like this tinge of kind of brownish yellow into the I think it makes the greens look all a little bit more interesting. And I'm just being very light because I would have done this very sloppily in the phase if I would have remembered to have done this. Ooh, I actually see a spot in there that I have not gotten yet with it. There's a couple of spots I actually have to touch up too. I may have to go and do this with a finer brush. How's my audio? Am I too quiet? Too loud? I don't want to be too loud. I'd actually rather be more on the quiet side than the loud side. He's just wearing a green glove. Where's my... I kind of rushed to get everything ready this morning. I was like fighting the time, mostly because we had such a bad snowstorm, and it's still going. We're like in the midst of a blizzard. Many of my friends are actually going through the same, who are in Mass and Connecticut and all that stuff, are all getting that. Oh, perfect. This, I actually don't think I've used this brush. It's actually a base coating brush, but it's kind of like the perfect what I need. So I need to get inside. Hold on, I'm gonna hold my breath. It's okay if I get it on the black. It's okay. There we go. And then let's touch up this one here too. I actually really like this brush for thin wash applying. It's like got a good well on it. Still has a very nice fine point, so for synthetics that's always good. I'll keep you aside. Daddy loves you. Alright. Put that away. Put this away before I spill it, like washes are known to do. Alright. So, what do we gotta do? I have to get back to those coppery metals. I have to redo that. Oh, let me wash this up a little bit. It's okay if I get washes on the black. The black is gonna have like a quick thin over. Oh, I have to do his wraps on his thing. I might get those bolts, but that could be done in the highlighting phase. You got dusty, man. What happened? What happened? I haven't even sent you out into the apocalypse yet. What's going on? Okay. So there's a couple things I want to change into more of that bronze. I want to take that like a barrel cover, the that almost I don't know what you would call it. It's like a cap before the barrel comes out. I have to get some of that brass color into that. I might do that a color. I might do that red because he doesn't have any like the goth red. I have to do the bone on there. And let me just take a quick gander. What do these guys do? Anything for like brown soles? No, just metal cleats. Does he have any stitching? He's got a couple metal plates. Ooh, he's got a couple metal plates like in there, if you can see it, like behind his gun. I might just get like I can reach him. Yeah, there's a couple metallics I still need, and then I actually gotta start getting this guy. I have to start doing his teeth, his eyes. Oh, there we go. I have to start like focusing on the mouth and teeth and eyes and stuff. So I haven't done any of that. He's just pure skin color. I might build up the clip for the did I say clip? I saw that you clipped that. I have to get like a little bit of the pink for his lips and stuff, like build that up. But I might do that after like post shades. A lot of this is just like I think there's like too much of a method more than there actually is, and it's kind of just like go by feel. Let's get this. Where's my Red Bull? Oh, it's over here. I'm a mess today. All right. To focus on, I guess we'll continue the metallics. I would love to get the metallics out of the way. Lead Belcher. I forgot I wasn't using. I could use the metallics for Army Painter, but I'd rather just like Lead Belcher is really really good. I can't crap on it too much. That's one of GW's good metallic base colors. But I would rather just kind of get through my Citadel colors because they've just been like sitting around most of the time. And the one thing, I got really glob on a lot. I keep doing this where I keep thinking it's like wet palette. So I don't use a lot, but I gotta wetten this up quite a bit. Oh, you know what I gotta do too? Keep myself going. I need a little bit of music. There we go. Here we go. All right. I always forget that. And that's actually a cool thing to bring up too, is music. Do you guys want me to like pop on some like what is it called? Royalties free like music stuff like in the background, or like you guys like cool with listening to your own stuff? I listen to my own stuff, and like I don't know how that oh hey Creeposaur, that is my buddy who actually introduced me to streaming long ago in the first place, and he's a very good friend of me and my fiance, and I don't think I even had the idea of streaming. Like I always watch streamers and I was like, oh, that's cool, but when I saw he was doing it, I was like, that's when the ideas creeped in. I have to be very steady and careful. And there's a couple things I'm noticing I'm missing. Like there's a bit of a strap in here under everything. And you know what? I'm kind of like, I'm not looking for display painting here too. I'm looking for play on the tabletop. And honestly, I don't think, if I'm just noticing it now, people might not notice it. And that's okay. Sorry, I'm holding my breath again because, oh my god, this is very stressful. And I'm just barely touching this with the tip of my paintbrush. I have to be very careful. I'm going to probably be holding my breath for a lot of these things a lot more. I also am having a hard time steadying my grip. I should serenade you. Yeah, no, I would lose my viewers real quick. I was just told, I was given some inside good critique of that I have a pretty good voice for streaming. Who would have thunk it? But I don't think that I don't think that translates to I can sing. All right, that's pretty good. Let's. Oh, I'm getting out of focus again. I can't wait to get new cameras. Here, I think that bolt right there needs a little love. The other two smaller studs can be done post shades with highlights. There's going to be so much repair and building up with my blacks in this Come on, get in there. So it's like the one thing you want to avoid sometimes if you're thinking of like, oh man, it's just, it sucks to make a mistake, go back and repair it, go back and repair it, go back and repair it. Do it all. Do it all at once. Get it messy the first time so when you go to repair like a lot of your mistakes, it's one job. You're because that can tie you up and slow things down. Um, I used I used to be like neurotic with always having to be neat and tidy and fixing it all up, um, like constantly, and that's where I find I get that's such a time sink because you have to like. There's a couple of good videos where people do batch painting armies, and they even break it down to time, like every time they even like the time it takes to even reach over and like, and actually, why am I reaching over? I should just put my, you can see my disgusting paint cup water. This was a I have a funny story about this cup actually. um I have to get my but yeah, they break it down to where the even reaching over and dipping the paintbrush, they put in a time management like spreadsheet, and trying to get the most efficient like army build as fast as they can. Um, and so it's like kind of like on that mentality. Not so much trying to be the most efficient, and if you're not doing it, you're doing a bad job. It's just the sheer fact of like, why do a job over and over and go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth? It's gonna get messy. It's gonna get messy. It's gonna get cruddy, and you can like, I think of like you just want to get your broad strokes done. Sorry, this is like really in my face. I have not figured out a new setup. I might put my camera back that way and then like in the program flip the orientation around. I think that's gonna be in the future the way I'm gonna do it. Um, but you want to get your broad strokes and then fine tune, fine tune, fine tune. But you want to do it all like, um, oh, I've never drank my pink. Like this is such an awkward cup. I don't drink out of anything like this, which helps. I have a secondary water cup that I use that's like for if I want to like wash the metallics or reds off or like any inks off. I like do a double dip. Um, but you know, speaking of drinking, keep on. Oh, that is chilly. Oh, that's really good actually. Mm, sorry. Um, I'm also trying to like bleed out how much I drink Red Bull to not only just shock my system with so much caffeine in one go. Come on, will you? As long as this is focused, which it's not. My cameras are not behaving today. There we go. But yeah, we're gonna be cleaning up all the fine tuning going as we go along. I'm probably gonna paint a little symbol in there, like because he's got in all the in all the uh, cover art and stuff. The guys who have like that circle have like a almost like a cattle skull, like an orcish looking cattle skull, and I might just freehand it. I don't like using decals. I really, really, really despise using decals. Plus, I don't have any of the good like with decals. There's like a setter and stuff, and I don't have any decal stuff on in my repertoire of things. I'm kind of wondering if I should have made those like buckles black with just like silver studs. I'm gonna allow it on this guy. I have another dude in this exact pose, so if I really hate it on the next dude, I'll change it up. And the worst case is they'll look different, which is what I want in general. Um, but I do gotta fix up some of these bronze parts that I want bronze instead of the lead belcher Did I water that down too much? I really hope I didn't. Ah, that is pretty thin. I did almost like a 1-to-1, and I should have done like a 2-to-1 ratio. It's, and that's actually what I see the most is like, oh, how much should I thin my paints and how much should I, apply and stuff. And I also did another bad thing. I loaded my brush up too much. There's a lot of those like little fine tuning that people get into tabletop painting that seems very overwhelming. Things I wish I knew when I was starting out is like definitely get. I think it's worth the expense of getting like a wet palette, and I probably spent with all the extra stuff like $24 on my wet palette from like Army Painter. I got extra parchment papers and extra sponges. It was dirt cheap, but I thought it was definitely worth getting Kolinsky brushes over the over synthetic. And while I still use and have plenty of synthetics, my synthetics are now definitely my like beater up brushes. I don't, because no matter how much I took care of uh my synthetics, they don't have the endurance or the lifetime, or like I would do everything that I was told on how to repair them and stuff, and I was done fighting them. Like, they're just crap brushes. So use them for like the crappy parts, like washes, dry brushes. Use them for terrain. Terrain's like, I can't wait to do terrain on this channel because terrain's actually so fun and forgiving. And I've got tons, tons of terrain. A lot of my friends know how much I've spent on terrain and how much terrain I've printed. It's almost an embarrassing amount. Um, and I got to get it all done. And what better than do it here for you guys? See, I like to think I'm, I like to think of you guys and give you gifts of my glorious work in progress. Yeah, sure, right. I'm just making excuses, honestly. Um, but some of you have played on my tables, like Creeposaur. Yeah, let me paint you like one of my orc girls. Um, and actually, Creeposaur is played on my at my place with all my terrain. It gets ridiculous. I like I'm trying to hold back telling you guys, yeah, I spent this much on terrain. It's insane. The reason being that I did that too is me and my buddy Stray, which I actually should. I don't know if Stray's in. Is he even online right now? Let me take a look. He's always. Uh, oh, yeah. Why don't I'm sure he doesn't even know what time it is. It's craft time. Oh my god, where's my link to my channel? Oh my god, I'm horrible. I'm horrible. I'm horrible. I'm horrible. Here we go. Here. Boom. Copy. I just know he likes my stream. Unless he is here and he's just like ghosting. Here. Hop on stream, bro. There we go. Unless he can't. He might tell me he can't. Which is perfectly fine. But yeah, so me and Stray used to play all our tabletop with like Tupperware, tissue boxes, whatever like Amazon packages we could find. Sometimes our Warhammer army boxes, like that was our buildings. And I was like, and I did fun with like, you know, cutting um cutting up like pizza boxes, and I made some pretty cool ruins and terrain that I would paint up, and it wasn't terrible. It was the time too. Like that was much more the vibe. Um and I did want to finally step up our tabletop game. I thought we deserved, for how long we've played tabletop miniatures, that yeah, we definitely deserved to have some good stuff. So I started with like a couple buildings. I forget what was the first stuff. I think a lot of the Sector Mechanicus stuff when that came out. I'm trying to see what my first train would have been. Oh no! You know what it was? Way back. Oh, it goes even further. My first box was like the full Cities of Death terrain, even before Sector Mechanicus and stuff. I got the big cities, and it's still not fully put together. I put together most of that kit. Um, and that's when like the wall, all the building like floors used to be 3 inches, like that was the regular. Now they're 5 inches. That's how much like Warhammer's expanded. Um, but yeah, so I started that. Loved the Cities of Death, and I kind of sat on that for a while. Um, and oh, thank you so much. Are those bits? Oh, they're cheer. What is a cheer? I don't know what cheers do. I guess it's the same thing. I'm gonna assume it's the same thing. Um, do I want? Yeah, I think I want those. I think I kept these. He's got like these little ridges on his the toe plates, like his, they're called cops. Like when in terms of armor, every time I've heard like over an elbow or like knees or something, and I think like the toes, like I guess like the sabatons or something, but we're getting a little medieval here, and this isn't medieval. But like over the toe plates, he's got like these little rigid stuff bolted on, and this is not flowing nice. Um, and he's got this little plate on it. I think I want that bronze as well. Um, but yeah, started with Cities of Death. It was always with the intent also to start the Apocalypse games. I've always wanted to play Apocalypse. Um, and that's why my Eldar army, that you guys will probably never see because it is so outdated, um, that was like my largest army. I had so many Eldar. Well, now they're called Eldari, but hey, Stray. See, I got them in here. Don't worry. Oh, cool. Well, thank you for the bits and the cheers and the all that stuff. I'm sure Creeposaur is like, God, this guy doesn't even know half of what's going on in Twitch. I don't. I'm still learning. But it's all good. At least I look cool. At least my overlay stuff is like pretty awesome. And I think that's half the battle. The other half is being interesting and keeping up with content. And thankfully, I have. You want a hint of how much stuff I have in just miniatures alone? I probably have hundreds of thousands, probably like around $100,000 worth of gray miniatures in my display cabinet alone. That's why when I say my amount of terrain is not as much as my miniatures, but it's an embarrassing amount. But like I said, I've been collecting for 26 years now. I spent most of my paychecks. I was working as a teacher on Warhammer. Never made a good financial decision in my life. Um, but hey, it's what got me here. Oh, well, that was very nice of you, Stray. Oh man, I don't like painting this bronze over a metallic already because it tends to get a little washed out. And it's hard to tell, like, because of like the sparkly pigment, what's getting coverage, what's not. And oh man, this is. I have to try to get my brush control better than I did last time we were here with Orks. My brush control is all over the place, and generally I don't have the best brush control. I'll be honest. A lot of these display painters, they're like brush control, brush control, brush control, and yeah, that's fair. I'm also doing a bad job at like anchoring myself. Like I should really be like sitting here with like my hands and elbows clenched and like everything kind of like tight. I'm not, because this is the one benefit that they have is they sub-assemble most of the time. I do not. Um, and so I'm fighting just trying to get in between everything. And sometimes that requires you to have a little bit more loosey goosiness. Ninjon currently is working on his Golden Demon project, and he's finding that the way he has his miniature pinned up, he can no longer keep a type. Oh my goodness, Creeposaur. He can no longer keep like that very disciplined lock. He has to like be very loose and freehand, and he's coming through the difficulties of that. So definitely check out Ninjon if you like miniatures and miniature painting. I find that he's my favorite. He's very humble. He makes mistakes. He experiments. He does all different types of stuff. Um, there's things where he fully is like, I don't like how this came out. I'm not gonna do it this way again. And but like, I find that very humbling. Where a lot of the miniature painters seem very perfect all the time and stuff. And it's like sometimes I need to see that it's not perfect just to make me feel a little bit better about myself. Um, yeah, I find that can be very like detrimental to getting into the hobby. Um, but he keeps it very real. Um, really cool guy. I need a gold, and I think I know the exact gold. Bright gold is my kind of go-to. This is Army Painter's typical gold. Um, Golds just in general suck, and no matter. I don't think I've ever found a gold when it comes to Citadel, Army Painter, Vallejo. No gold has really great coverage, so it's better just to do it thin, and then do a couple layers, just very thin layers. So you're just layering pigment on top of pigment to get. I just totally launched that like a Scud missile into my miniatures. I don't know if you saw that thing leave my hands. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I really appreciate it, man. You, like I said, you were the first one I knew got into streaming, and I'm glad you're here. I've been wanting to like contact you. I was thinking of like actually calling you like a couple days ago, and I was like, I gotta let him know how this. Oh my god, this is complete. Yeah, this got completely splooged in my own dropper bottle. That's not good. Let me clean that up real quick. That means one of two things. I might not have tightened it that well. Oh, God. This is horrible. I might not have tightened it as well as I could have when I put it away. Because, oh, I don't think you guys have ever seen my painting setup. All my paint bottles basically are on the shelves like downwards, like down like this. And that's how you kind of do want them. You don't want air to get into them, but if they're not tight enough, they do leak inside their. They make a nice hermetic seal, but oh man, sorry, I made a mess here, and I'm burping up a storm because of the red mole. But yeah, it can tend if you don't have a good if you don't thread these very well, that they can flood the cap. And you know what? You're still saving paint. You're still better than paint pots that you usually get at Warhammer. I wish they would use the paint pots. Alright, I gotta just like toss this somewhere. I'll put that over there. Yeah, I got now gold all over my hand, which I gotta be careful now touching my miniature until this dries. Alright, let's try that again. It may have not. Oh, I see. It doesn't. It may not have sealed correctly because there was a buildup there that I was ignorant of. And you gotta be careful of that. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So that's another thing to learn from me is that's like something you have to watch when you have your stuff. If you want, I can show you actually. I don't want to use this camera. I'll use my craft cam to pan over a little bit. Let's see. I can't get my wire hooked up. But I've got these like I got these cool paint setups that way and then over that way, and that's kind of like what I'm dealing with. So let me. Oh, this is a mess. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. I screwed up. Chat, I screwed up. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. This is a very strong. I got a posable arm for this that could like probably hold up a home camera, and I was like, oh yeah, that'll be great. Takes like a lot of like forearm strength to bend this, because yeah. All right, we're back in business. We're almost back in business. How's that? I screwed it all up. I shouldn't have, but I just wanted to show you guys my paints and stuff. Is this good enough? This will be good enough. How's the all this effort just to paint the little shells and casings in his magazine, which, yeah. But yeah, me and Stray, actually, it was like, honestly, all Stray funded, me getting all those paints, because it was with the intent of like, man, I want to be a miniature streamer, and paint minis and stuff. And it's like, what? I don't want to be fumbling in my box of Citadel paints for my whole limited color palette that I had. So we got those shelves. I think I paid for the shelves, and then I think Stray, what did we do? Did we split the speed paints and then you got the Fanatic paints, or other way around? You got the Fanatic paints and or we split the finale. I forget. It was like a year ago. I want to say. Might have been even over a year ago. Alright, I'm going to let that dry, so that's going to take a bit, and then I'm going to continue on, like, some of the more, I got, like, sorry, I had to do a double take. I remember I got rid of my paper towel to clean up the mess. But, I'm going to be doing, I want to get that little talisman, that little hook or claw. I'm going to try to get, like, bone colored. Will bone colored be good? Yeah, probably. Do I have a bone color? Yeah, of course I have a bone color. Let's see. Skeleton bone, or do I want ancient stone? I think I'll keep it to... And now I can use my wet palette finally, because I'm using a normal non-metallic acrylic. Again, you don't want to use metallics on your wet palette. You'll get the... I know I said it last time, but for those who were not here last time, metallics on a wet palette, the metallic pigment will absorb into the sponge, and it can corrupt and get into your paints afterwards. And the only way to do it is a complete wet palette washout and replacing the sponge and doing all that stuff. It's not good. Oh, this is good. This is good coverage. So this is kind of the coverage you want, where like so you could kind of still see like this little translucency, because you want to do two thin coats. That's the rule of thumb. And now I'm just thinking of Boondock Saints. Rule of thumb should be more like a rule of wrist. Give a little croak there, Rosie. Great movie. If you guys haven't seen Boondock Saints, I think there's only one of us in here, and you know who you are, who hasn't really fully seen the movie. Alright. That's good bone. I'm gonna get at the teeth, but what I want to do is I want to get inside of like the mouth, get a little bit pinker, because I'm gonna be... Oh, you have seen that one. Okay, I thought you might have, and you just outed yourself, but that's okay. I was trying to give your identity. I'm just trying to out you. I was trying to give you that respect, your dignity intact. But looks like it's intact. You have seen Boondock Saints. Yeah, I want to get that little itty bitty tiny bit of red. You know what? I'm not feeling this song. Sorry. You were relevant like in the early 2000s, but not anymore, really. There we go. And a lot of it is just these little minute details. So this is like where you're already going to be going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with stuff. Like, that's why I save up your cleanup phase for just one go. Because you're already going to be kicking yourself with doing this over and over again with all these little minute details. Now we're starting to get into the tiny details. And I hate painting this method, even though it's my most used method, just to like your typical acrylic, except for the skin. Oh, I dropped my brush again. Except for the skin, was a big experimentation, just because I needed that vibrancy. Um, Also, that if there's anything to show how gingerly I'm holding the brush, that's why I keep dropping it. Um, Wizzy, Wizzy, my guy, calm down. Calm down there, buddy. But yeah, I'm not holding a very strong grip because like I don't want to be shaking more than I am like gripping my art utensil. Um, I almost burped there, but it was just like let's get that way. Let's get burpy. God, it's so good. I hate that it's so good because it's so bad. All right, let's go back to those casings because I want to get. And they are very bright gold right now, and I'm not relying on them staying this way. I'm gonna throw a very kind of earthy wash in there when I'm done. And they'll look nice. It'll casings like for open mags like this um, are great for washes because like they get right into all those like crevices of each casing like very naturally. But I do hate this method. I trailed off. Sorry, you guys have been around to know it well enough. Um, that because it's a very trust the process. It's gonna look very ugly in the beginning. With these flat colors, they're gonna have no volume or vibrancy, and that's kind of why I'm glad I'm showing you guys my orcs kind of half done because like of what the skin could be is like where everything will tie in, like the shirt and everything. The pants are gonna be they're gonna have a little bit of highlights, but it's a very boring way to paint and look at it first. And then once you throw the washes on, it revolutionizes the whole piece. It's a method of painting. It's not the only one I go to, but it's the one I use the most. It's like definitely my. I want these on the tabletop. I want them to look good on the tabletop method. Um, a step down, I guess, would be the slap chop method, which I will do in the future, especially with those Vikings. I'm going to show you in the future on how to do that slap chop method and then build up highlights with the acrylics. And they look fantastic. I do have examples here of what those can end up looking like. Oops. I forgot I even had you. I have this little papercraft Knoll mask that I made when we reached our 1 year anniversary of in our current campaign. But this is the slap chop method I did with the Trench Crusade guys, and you know, honestly, like they're very hard to tell the difference between like my current method of painting and like this. There's a couple of things. Like there's a couple of like desaturated tones, like especially in the rifle, but I feel the desaturation in the rifle only helps the dankness of the wood. Maybe it's been a rifle that's been passed down from like, you know, soldier to soldier to soldier because there's in Trench Crusade it's very grim dark just like 40k where it's just like massive amounts of deaths, so it's like the reuse of gear and stuff, the the lack of being able to upkeep equipment. I feel it worked with this. I felt the slap chop, especially with like um, the ground, like that almost desaturation almost sets the mood in a way. Um, I'm also more of a person who, when they are doing their bass tones and even their slap chops or shades, I don't use just null oils. I don't use just blacks and whites or like honestly just like the black washes. I do washes and things like that relative to the color that they're going on. So if I'm gonna be using blues, I don't use null oil. I use blue washes. I it keeps a it keeps your piece from getting too desaturated, and it actually pulls the saturation sometimes. And then a lot of people don't realize you can mix your washes too if you need to like pull different colors and stuff and do that. Like you can even wet blend. So the only type of wet blending I've practiced with is actually with like the speed paints, and I love doing it. I find that the wet blending of speed paints is a fun thing. I was working on a couple of goblins for my fiance, and I was doing I that was the first time I experimented with wet blending. Um, do I have what kind of brown did I use there? I want to say it was like a boot. Is it a bootstrap brown or did I use a? No, I think I used a bootstrap brown. I have to really make sure. No, I think I used a leather brown. I don't know. Oh crap. I have it written down somewhere here. Somewhere here. Oh, I lost my. I think I lost my color sheet. I knew I should have pulled that out. Uh, yeah. Well, all right. I guess I'll try bootstrap brown. Dude, snakebite leather hasn't been a thing for like 20 years. I miss snakebite leather. I do think it's bootstrap brown that I'm using here. And you know what? If it isn't, it's okay to have like different color brown color schemes. Like honestly, the fact that I'm kind of staying monotone to a brown on these guys is a little lame. Not gonna lie, it's fun to experiment and get a lot of those different vibrancies. Like orcs are very scrappy and post-apocalyptic by nature, so if I had different browns, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Um, I think it's just for the simplicity of not using 12 different browns is it's just for the sake of like batch painting these guys more than anything. Um, yeah, that's really the only reason is because I'm batch painting these guys, and I kind of want to keep it semi-uniform. And even when you make orcs uniform, are they really uniform? I mean, they're so all over the place when it comes to their gear and their armor and stuff, which is part of their charm. Oh, I hate that. I should have sub-assembled. That's gonna be something DJ is gonna learn as you see him grow on this channel. Is I will be doing sub-assemblies because I'm tired of trying to get my brush into all these little tiny itty bitty like crevices and like fighting the miniature. I'm not a I'm not a huge advocate for sub assemblies. I can do it, obviously, because like I honestly hate sub-assemblies. Like, I hate the fact that you're doing all this, but, like, I'm kind of always finding myself kicking myself for not sub-assembling. Oh, did I burp and it scared you? That's hysterical. What zombie game are you playing? I really want to get back into my 7 Days to Die. I was so sad I felt too icky to play that on Friday. Oh, you're playing Resident Evil 2? Oh yeah, hell yeah. That was like the best version of Leon, I think. I know a lot of people like Leon from Resident Evil 4. And it's fair because he's still very like Leon in that, but like I thought Resident Evil 2 he was iconic. And a lot of people think 4 he was iconic and they wouldn't be wrong. I just never played 4. I've never played the new Resident Evil 2 either. I'm talking way back in the day, first PlayStation, PSX, Resident Evil 2. That's the last Resident Evil 2. The last Resident Evil I played was the original Resident Evil 3. No. Scratch that. I played Resident Evil 5 with Stray. Me and Stray played Resident Evil 5. I know, not a great Resident Evil. It was fun though. Me and him played very co-op. It was back in the day of like very like that co-op like Army of Two era type of gaming. Oh, so good. I've seen a walkthrough of Resident Evil 4, so it's not like I'm ignorant to the game. I've watched a walkthrough of most of Resident Evils, like Resident Evil 7 and 8. I watched full walkthroughs of, um, and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I really want to get back into my 7 Days to Die. I might do that as like just an impromptu like evening stream. I don't expect it to go super crazy, but I love that kind of stuff. What do we got? All right. Um, all right, we're getting farther and farther along on this orc, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah, he's looking cool. I shouldn't have painted the rim. I'm gonna have to go over the rim again, but that's okay, because yeah, like I'm getting a little bit of chipping here. But I got a little ahead of myself after I was like working on the bases. I was like, oh, I gotta see how it looks. I get very caught up in the moment sometimes. There's a couple of spots here. Ooh, come on, don't. I hate dry palettes. There's a couple of spots on his lead belcher that I want to touch up because I'm seeing the black undercoat. Oh, and in Metal Gear Solid, also great game, especially when like that came out and you were fighting that Psycho Mantis fight. The fact that you had to switch out the controllers was like, at the time, that was like mind blowing. You're like, what? You gotta remember, like everyone was like getting out of like the Sega phase and all that stuff, and like the Nintendo, like PlayStation was like revolutionary in a lot of that like 3D gaming stuff for my era and stuff. So even like something like, I have to switch the control. Oh my god, you're reading my memory card? Like, what is this? That interactiveness was never heard of in a game. Um, so it was awesome at the time. It was really really awesome. Yeah, I see you play Castlevania, especially if you were doing Konami style games. He read all the, because I think that was Konami, Castlevania and stuff. Yeah, reading your memory card was, that was a wild concept at the time. Um, Alright, I'm just trying to think. I'm getting a little lost on the miniature. I gotta find. What I gotta find is. Gotta start building up. No, I don't want. I don't want a basilisk red. I need something a little maroony, a little bit. So moldy wine. That actually seems like a perfect base color. If anything, mulled berry. Ooh, that might even be a better base coat. I might go for the moldy wine only because I'm thinking of like getting the washes involved and darken it and really pulling those darks and then building up the midtones and highlights again. Moldy wine might be better than mulled berry because I can feel it desaturating a little too much. Because like it is, you can even see it on stream that this is a lot more desaturated than that. So I'm gonna go for the mulberry. And I'm excited. I've been waiting for months to actually get like the facial and the mouths and stuff. I actually want to pull out my little squig guy. I said it right this time. Like, because a big thing that's holding me off with this guy too is like, man, I need to get in that mouth. But that's not going to be hard. I'm going to be fighting the teeth, but I'm just going to like slather it in there. I really am not going to be pretty about it. Because I need to get all the details of the mouth really figured out first. I may even want to throw washes in it, and I might want to save the teeth for last because I have to get in between those guys so much that I'm going to be touching up the teeth all the time. So why do that? This is going back to like, don't worry about the touch up and cleanup. If I know that this is going to be a cleanup nightmare, I mean, look at those teeth. That is ridiculous. There's no way I'm going to be able to work on the mouth and getting the highlights and all that stuff. Why don't I just save the teeth for almost the very last thing, focus just on those because they're out of the way too. I can like probably get enough brush control to do the entire model almost completely and then focus on the teeth and not worry about going back and fixing up stuff. It's a little bit of a calculated risk, but I think that's the way to do it with this guy because fuck him and those teeth. Those are going to be nightmarish if I was like just going go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So yeah, take that. If you guys are getting into miniature painting, think of that. I'm actually going to use I've never opened this before. This is my first time using mulberry, and I can tell. But I'm going to take it right out of the cap because it did spill into the cap a little bit. Probably because this is literally just like factory tightness. And it's not a lot. It's just like that much. But there is paint in here, and I'm just going to use it. I've overloaded my brush again. One thing I did bring up is the story of this cup. And it's not a ridiculous story, but there was a time where, and as soon as I say it, you guys are going to be like, well, that was the reason, you dumbass. Is I ordered, when Doom, was it Eternal? It might have been when Eternal was coming out. And they did like a Fallout and Doom themed loot crate. Go on, just get it out. Just be like, oh, Loot Crate, what a shit. Do not sponsor me, Loot Crate. I will not accept. You guys suck. I think it's safe to say after this many years, you guys just suck. If they're even still around, I don't even know, because I haven't seen advertisements for them in years. You knocked something over, sorry. Oh, shit. Hopefully you're okay. So it was a Doom and Fallout and kind of like, it was a cool loot crate I was looking forward to. And it was late. And this is like when they started getting really, they are still around. I don't know how. Maybe because they made so much money in the beginning, tricking people into I think they also got bigger than what they were expecting. To be fair, I think they got too big too fast and they didn't have the infrastructure, because what happened is they started just getting late on everybody's order. I mean, that's like where they started really getting their bad reviews, right? So like everyone else, my loot crate was like 2 months past due, and I sent them an email being like, "Hey, what's up?" You know, I wasn't mean or anything, and they're like, "Oh, we're sorry. We're gonna send you a complimentary thing," you know, and they sent me this Halo cup. All right, thanks, I guess. Something I never asked for. You know, I'm not a big Halo fan. I know a lot of you are. I've played the first and second one. I like Red versus Blue a whole lot more than Halo. Um, and they sent me this Halo style cup. I was like, thanks, I guess. I would have liked my Doom and Fallout. I eventually did get that loot crate. It was such a disappointing loot crate. You know what I got? Fallout and Doom related. I got Retro Doom, which I've never liked the retro series, like the 90s series of Doom. It never captivated me. I got two little ice packs. They both burst by now. Like it took a while, but those burst. I got a Fallout shirt, which was awesome. I loved that Fallout shirt. I even joked with Haley. I was like, I spent $50 on this loot crate. Here's my $50 shirt, because everything else in it was just utter garbage. Um, Boone ate it. He ate it. He chewed such a chunk out of that shirt. Like I had that shirt maybe for 6 months, and he just chewed like this, like ginormous piece out of it. He's such an asshole. Boone is my cat, by the way. We saved from a trash compactor, like an industrial trash disposal unit in from a hospital. Um, and yeah, he's bad. He's very bad. Um, so yeah, what a fucking waste. And like, I didn't even really get anything that I wanted, and I got this. This is like the only surviving thing from that fucking loot crate, and it was their apology thing. And man, I'm sad just even thinking about that, man. Um, yeah. Aside from that, let's start to get these teeth. I'm gonna use the same bone color. I'll probably pull in some yellows and dark browns like around the rooting, more like a yellowish color. But I've been dying to get these teeth. I actually don't want to even use this brush, because this brush is getting. You remember when I was telling you last time, brushes kind of have an endurance in a way, and I'm finding that I'm having a little bit trouble with the like curling and stuff. Ooh, this is not the right sleeve. That's the right sleeve. Okay. Let's see. Let's choose our next brushes. I could use this number 2. I think I'm gonna just use the number 2. Here we go. Boom. Let's get these teeths. Now these teeths are gonna look pretty pearly white, but we're gonna pull them. We're gonna make them look a little more natural. Again, I'm just using the tip of my brush, barely touching the miniature. And if you can see my hands, take a note. This is where I'm anchoring a lot. I don't have to really get into any of the crevices or anything. So this is where my brush control game is a lot higher. And you see, I'm not getting a full coat of paint. It's not very vibrant the first time around. It's okay to go over a few times. Like, it's perfectly fine. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just taking my time, I'm breathing. I'm being calm. I'm anchoring this. If you can see my palette right here, I know it's a little blurred, but you can see actually like I'm doing very thin pulled out coats with my water. So it's just like you can barely see it there. And I'm just building up because this is like we're getting into fine detail. Let's get this camera focused. All right. It's not going to focus. There we go. And I'm just going to take my time. He's not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You know, we're just, this is a game of like patience. What's the word? Attrition? I don't really know what that means. Attrition. Help me, chat. Oh, I gotta get like inside of his tusk. That's actually kind of gonna be a pain getting. It's not. Unfortunately, on camera, it's not showing what it's showing me, which it's like touching right up against his tongue, and I kind of gotta get around that. But having a sharp tip on your brush is going to be pretty important for this kind of thing going on, especially for these the orcs. Their teeth between their lower tusks remind me of like a cat, how they have those little tiny itty bitty baby teeth, and they kind of suck to paint. I'm not gonna lie, this is not fun, but as long as you're patient, you start to get that look. And he's already like, that mouth is already starting to give him a lot of character as I build this up. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can always tell. I go out into public. I don't even care anymore with my thumb covered in paint. You can I can usually tell another miniature painter if they have that like almost color palette, cuz yeah, you could wash your hands, and of course I do wash my hands, but sometimes after you're doing this for like 13 hours, that paint's not going anywhere anytime fast. You have to like scrub, and sometimes I'm like, I'll wash my hands, but I don't have the time to scrub. Haley's waiting on me to go out and get her Thai food or wherever we're going, and I'm like, fuck it, palette hand it is. Also, a thing that I'm doing is because I have these so. What I'm basically doing is glaze. I'm doing a glaze, which is a very watered down, almost like watercolor level of paint. And I'm basically starting at the base of the tooth and I'm pulling towards the tip so I get a gradient fade, and it's actually going to be brighter and more vibrant towards the tip of the tooth. And literally, when I get my shades and other stuff in there, it's going to kind of like blend that into the root and keep that gradient shade. And that's kind of what I want. So I'm still trying to keep this as like tutorial level. I hope it's helpful if you guys are ever into painting miniatures, or really even this can go into like prop stuff. Like when I start painting props and everything, um, I'm gonna be using the same techniques no matter the size. Um, and you will see that. I am really looking forward to getting my X Shot blaster done up for my next LARP. Let's see. Dude, I love me some like sweet Thai chili chicken wings. Oh my god, I could. Don't even make me mention it. I can't even go out today to get them because of the snow. Plus, I don't even think they're open. Like, Thai places have very weird opening hours. It's like Mondays and Tuesdays. Mm-mm. It's almost like whenever they feel like it, they just might close. And it's like, oh, all right. But I think that's very common practice with Thai places. There's a lot of places where restaurants do take off Mondays. I don't know why specifically the Monday. Maybe that's just like with, if you want to, if for lack of a better word, like the analytics of sales. Maybe like Mondays they just find are the least, like, they make the least sales on Mondays, so they just close to clean. That is common practice, but for Thai places to go into Tuesday as well, that's like their weekend, the Monday, Tuesday. It's weird to me. And yeah, it's kind of weird. Stray used to be on the, like, chef side of restaurants, and yeah, like Mondays are understandable. You know, there's something. I think especially like when you have more populated areas, like in cities and stuff, like maybe maybe that's the case. I don't know. I don't live in a city, but so you can see I'm still taking my time with these teeth. The teeth are a big part of orc personality. So I just want these good enough. Ooh, I'm shaking a little bit. I don't have good. I'm not anchoring good, so let's get. I wish my camera would focus, but yeah, he's. I think that fit. Oh, look at that! Getting those teeth in, man. Let's see if. Yeah, there we go. Fuck yeah! That's a big personality jump. Just getting that tongue a little pinker, getting the teeth a little bit more vibrant. And what I'm gonna want to do, I did this all for my orcs, but I actually want to go a second pass where I took a blue. Oh, and I think I watered it down a little bit. I think I actually put it in my wet palette and added some water. But I want to add some like blue around the eyes because like it just for that darkening socket look. I feel the blue really is good, especially because we're gonna be bringing a orangey to yellow hue or a reddish to orangey hue into their eyes, so you get a great contrast. There's literally like no better contrast than red versus blue. But when we're talking in the terms of like the eye sockets being very desaturated, and then you bring the saturation of the green in to make that hue of like a darkened eye color, and then you're bringing in like a yellowy kind of a fiery eye color into that, when it's next to each other it really pops and will bring out a lot of personality. As you can see, like this guy's kind of soulless without having any eyes in, and I think we're gonna work on that. I could save this for later, but there's nothing around the face that I have to do too much, so it might just be fun to do that now. So I'm gonna bring in a few colors that I think might be needed. I want to keep that. Let's put our bright gold. If I don't put paints away, I'm gonna forget where things are. Might want to keep that. The whites, the bronzes on the. Actually, I can't really put too much stuff. This is kind of bootstrap brown. Yeah, where's my leather brown? I took out my leather brown and up here it is. I try my best to be very organized with my new paint set. Speaking of which, where's my my matte black is right there. Matte black is going to be a big player soon. Yeah, I still really need all the other colors. And what I need to pull out is start like what I want to start doing with the eyes. So I think I'm gonna get molten lava. Kudos to anyone who knows that Jim Carrey reference. let's see. Demonic yellow? Is that what I want to do? Yeah. Yeah. Just really just getting these two. People could put in 5 more colors, but really it's such a small area that we're going to get what we need out of it. This is like what I did to the Knolls. And for the most part, I don't like Knolls that have like the infernal fiery eye. I did choose it for these because the one thing I didn't, and I'm gonna show off my Knolls again for those who have not seen, but I hate doing an infernal look for Knolls. It's very Forgotten Realms, Baldur's Gate 3 look. But I did a Photoshop test of giving these guys pupils, and the one thing it did is it humanized them too much. Where I will draw my Knolls with eyes like that, but for the miniatures, when I want these guys to be intimidating and fierce, I felt just doing that kind of color eye made them I don't want to humanize them. I want my Knolls to be hated. I want my Knolls to be the bad guys. So I felt for the miniature it did really good. But yeah, I added pupils to like all my painted Knolls, and I'm like, no, it does something where it makes them look kinder. And I guess that's the same thing where like there's a lot of orc artwork that is also like they add pupils, and I feel it humanizes them too much. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. Is we're going to just do the orange like base into kind of like an infernal like yellow. But we got to get that blue wash and everything first. So I do have that other paintbrush that I want to pull this into. Oh, because he's soulless? No, he's more soulless than a Gnoll. I think even more infernal. Sorry, Jeff Bezos. If you sponsor me, I won't talk bad about you. Imagine if Amazon sponsored me. I'd be set. I'd be working for the devil, but I'd be set. I'm just gonna leave that where that lies. If you guys are expecting more, that's all I gotta say about that. Yeah, you know what? I like that saying, and you would, yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, fucking good point, Burn Unit. I am working for the. Oh shit! Oh shit! There you go again with those broadside facts. Fucking fact. I already am working for Amazon and Jeff Bezos, aren't I? Fuck. You know what? It's making me money for the first time in a long time, so. But really, who's really in control? It's you guys. You guys are the ones in control of that. Alright, so I'm getting this blue hue back in. And I'm gonna have to let this dry, so I can't get these eyes even done, like, immediately. So what I'm doing is I kind of flooded the eye socket, and I'm picking up kind of what yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm like almost scooping it back out. So, let's see what I did here. It looks really bad unless it focuses. So, trust me, it looks better, and there we go. So, see, I have like a little bit darker of the eye, and that's really going to make those eyes pop when I do that. Thankfully, so that's the thing too. I don't have problem with doing like the sclera of the eyes and like the main orb. I'm not making pupils to take a cheap shot. I really do believe, I mean, even all the artwork I think looks so much better with orcs that don't have pupils. I will be doing pupils. And I do cheat when it comes to pupils, and I will share that cheat when that happens. Um, and it's just the one method I find that works really well, and and I don't have to worry about any of it. And I hope you guys, when I do teach you that, take that and are like, pupils are never a problem ever again. Holy crap! Um, and I'll give you a hint. It's not done with paints. It's not done with paints, my guys and my gals, and my theys and my thems, and all y'all. It's a cool trick. I'm also trying to process of what I have to do next. I think we have to move on to the next orc. So, you guys want the squig? I think we should do the squig. I want to do the squig. Let's do the squig. This little guy. He deserves a little bit of attention. You know why he deserves attention? I have not worked on him in months. I did his orange and his base, and I was like, oh, he's like 90% done. Ooh, don't unfocus. Come on. Come on, talk to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I angered the digital gods. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. Um Oh, I know what I got to do for my orcs too is I want to take a little Nuln Oil and put them on their nails to give them like these dark claws. I'll go back when I'm doing my shade stuff. I'll go and I'll be doing that. I cannot think today. So, what brush I'm gonna use my number 2 column. But yeah, I have not given my attention to the squig. I have not given proper attention to this absolute unit. So yeah, I did say I was just gonna slather stuff in there. And yeah, I normally don't like squigs. This is kind of like the only squig. Oh, I need a tweezer. I don't know where my tweezers are. Crud. Crud. Where's my tweezers? I gotta really organize my tools better because they're still like compiled into a box. Let's see if I can pull that hair out. I got a hair in here and it's. Oh, he's already glued in there. Let me see. Okay, I think I pulled it out. No, he might. That hair might be in there to stay, which is unfortunate. But the one thing I really hated about this squig is he was a pain in the butt to build because he's got a seam literally in the roof of his mouth that I hate. If you've noticed on some of my orcs, if you guys have put these orc kits together, is these orcs will literally have a seam like on their like one side of their cheek of their butt or something, and in like muscles that like don't shouldn't have seams there. And I've had to go with like gray goop, what's called gray goop, and like fill it in and sand it down and like really hide seams. I could not do that to this squig because of his teeth would not allow me to smoothen that out. So I basically had to do it um almost very hands off where like I had to just do the gray goop and then take like the normal thinned Tamiya glue and just like go over it a few times, but it did not do the best of jobs. And I don't think anyone who has built this squig, let me know if you found a way to do it because I think most people just leave it. It kind of really sucks. And I'm hard pressed to say like there's probably no display miniature of this squig because you cannot clean that up. Or there might be a way. There might be tools. There might be methods. There might just be a whole lot of patience of doing that and making sure you smoothen it out. It might even be like thin down mully put and they just really take like a. That's actually what I should have probably done is like taking green stuff, milliput, or any filler and taking a dental tool. Oh, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now, one thing I like about this maroon that I'm only seeing now is it's going to be a smooth transition. Let's see if I can focus. There's a smooth transition from that like maroon into like the red skin. So I was a little worried about that, is that transition, but I think I couldn't have asked for a better combination. Um, so yeah, I'm happy with this choice. And when I throw the washes in here, it's gonna look really nice. It's gonna look. Oh man, sorry. I'm like, I guess I shouldn't worry about too much because like I said, I'm not worried about the teeth. It's better to do it a little messy at first, and then clean up. Because I really just got to get this maroon, this pinkish rose color in here, and I really can't be too picky. The one thing is I'm using my Klinsky brushes, and I just don't want to mash it in there. I should actually take one of my cruddy tools, but there's still a little bit of finesse that I have to watch around the edges of like the lips and cheeks of the mouth. So I'm just taking my time, you know. This is miniature painting. Anyone who's like, I actually I'm having an epiphany right now. I struggle with two worlds in the art world where it's like I'm an illustrative artist, and there's like this elitism in the illustrative arts where it's like, oh, that took you 13 hours, I could do that in 5. Well, fuck you, you know. Like, the pacing is kind of an elitist thing, and that could be with miniature painting, but no one, I don't think anyone ever complained that, like, or like, everyone knows with miniature painting, it just takes time. It just takes a lot of time. So I have tons of Dremels. I don't have a nail Dremel. Can you link that to me? Because I've got all sorts of bits. I have dental bits for Dremels that are supposed to be like really thin, and it's still the teeth. So like I have to get the bit in between there, and then I worry about harming the tips of the teeth. I wouldn't. I I think regardless of the size, I think even just like the sheer fact of preserving those things, getting that tool in between that, I would worry about. And it's not so much dremeling, like I have to carve something down, as much as it's almost like grotting, almost like the seam, like getting material into that seam. Um, but yeah, if you show me more of like what nail dremels are like, my buddy Jace always calls me the Dremel surgeon. So if there's anyone who can actually pull that off with the right tool and the right Dremel, I honestly say like I'm your guy. I've done miraculous things with rotary tools and Dremels and things that just shouldn't work, and I've done, not to pat myself on my own back, but it is one of my skills that I'm like really really amazing. And that's something I will be getting into. Like this, my miniature days are not just going to be all about painting. I can't wait to get into kit bashing with you guys and showing you guys like, you know, how to use Dremels, how to saw things. I've got jeweler saws and like all sorts of stuff. How to really get the most out of your, what I, like I said before, gray goop, which is when you take. I always carry two Tamiya bottles, and that is like I keep the extra thin just the way it is, and then I put one with extra sprue bits, and that is my gray goop, and it is amazing. For I almost primarily use this to bond my stuff. It's like much thicker, and it gets in between all those crevices. I use this more than I use this. I use this to clean it up and smooth out and get in between crevices like can't really reach. But I almost grade group all my miniatures together. Um, so yeah, so definitely I want to encourage like kit bashing, modding, and all that stuff. I didn't do it too much with these guys. You saw last time I was working on some of the Age of Sigmar orcs, or the Orks that they're now called. They tried to get a little Lord of the Rings with it and separate the two, but um, I am glad I am not mashing my brush in this actually right now, because the tongue on this guy is kind of nightmarish. Um, and that'll be more of a kit bash, and that's something with this project that I'll be bringing you guys along with, because there's a couple of steps that I have to do to continue that. I've been working this week actually on cleaning out my craft room, which used to be Stray's old room. It's got my 3D printer, but it was like kind of like when we were doing Ren Fair and LARP, it quickly became like a impromptu, like immediate storage room out of desperation. We were almost doing something every week, so like it just got taken over doing that. But I went in there this week. I've been cleaning it out because my 3D printer is in there, and I have to 3D print some bits for my orc. What I basically am calling my Ard boys, which is an old orc term for those who don't even know. You used to give all your orcs heavier armor, and they used to be called your Ard boys. Can't really get them anymore, or you can't really kit bash them too much. Um, there's some third party sites that have like made their own, and they're really cool, like Cromlich, I think. Cromlech does really good Ard boys that I've always kind of looked at. Mm. But I want to make my dudes. I've always loved the Age of Sigmar orcs, so I'm like blending a lot of Age of Sigmar orcs into this. Like I showed you with my like maniacs that were like made from like those berserker orcs. And my maniacs are going to be, again, for those who don't know, this is not a test, doing a 40k style of this is not a test. And what was I saying? So I'm also bringing in like a lot of Age of Sigmar elements to do do my Ard boys, so my heavier, like normal infantry units who have heavier armor, who are like get a little bit more experienced. I'm making like gas masks and stuff out of their really cool helmets. Um, I've debated on getting some of the like Iron Jaw brutes too, to make into mega knob armor dudes, but I did get a 3D STL from Puppets of War for my mega armor that I also really like, so they were pretty cheap, but I'm kind of debating whether doing just 3D printed one of those or getting the brutes and trying to like blend them in. And honestly, a blend might be the way to go. But I don't have the Iron Jaw brutes at all. Oh, would you be able to throw that into my Discord? Because I going back into chat might be harder when I'm like done to like look for that link. I would really appreciate that, because I archive better in Discord than I do um, than this. Going back from my Valheim, which by the way, that Valheim playthrough was very fun. Thank you for everyone who joined into my affiliate party. Um, I went to look back for that time the bear jumped out at me, and man, that I going through like 4 hours of footage was kind of a pain. Like I won't lie, but thankfully it was actually literally couldn't be more directly in the middle of that video than I asked for. So it was kind of a funny like mid. It was like a very high midpoint of the playthrough. So yeah, it's literally like I think it was like it's almost like 2 hours, and I want to say 12 minutes in of my Valheim. If you guys want to look back, it's somewhere around there. It's at night, and I was saying how dumb I was, and I was fighting some like shaman, grayling shamans. I had a blast doing that. That was fun. Engraving kits, yep. I do have some engraving kits. Um, yeah, no, it's all, and yeah, a lot of the times those would be, I use those for my kit bashing. I still like, if I could compare, the big problem is like, look at, actually, let me see if I can find some of my Dremel bits. So like, here's my Dremel. I got it on a cord, right? And let me get these tools. That's a weird angle. Where do I got? Yada yada. Oh my god. Oh, here's my tweezers. Yes, let's keep those out. Let's see. Which one am I? Oh, this is also a really cool tool. Bit. I'm trying to find one of my more commonly used bits. Oop, I just painted my... Oh, maybe I don't have my fine bits in here, which would make sense. I wouldn't want to put my fine bits in here. I think I actually put them in my drawer. But I'm going to use this die grinder bit as an... Ow, I just stabbed myself. Oh, there's my files. So, let's just take for example, like this is a die grinder. Even the bit I won't use, but actually the bits I use are roughly the same size as this. Now, when this is going and drilling, I have to try to... You see how close that like gets? I actually cannot fit this in between here without touching that. I would have to like stick it in here and like carve it in, and then I don't have a lot of wiggle room in here. That's the only thing I would really worry about. I would have to get a different chuck to actually have thinner bits, and that might be the way. And funny story about that is I've had to use thinner chucks for like pin vices, and I've custom made bits to do the jobs I've needed to do. I've filed down little tools and stuff to get the right little thing. But yeah, that's exactly what I would need. I would need a different chuck, and I would need that thing. Oh, let me see. I'll walk through the keyring you've got going on. How you get the lighter effects and raised surfaces, a mix of the base coat and the highlight and glaze layer effects. So, yes, so what I'm doing right now is one of my methods of painting is I'm just doing a typical acrylic flat coat. With my squig, actually, he was a little bit of a wet blend from a darker red and higher, like, raised, and then I did a dry brush on him to get the raised edges. And then once I get the shades on him, because he's not even, I don't even have, like, the shades on him yet, I build up my midtones again with glazing, and then I'll do a highlight. So that is going to be the method of the whole process. but right now I'm still finishing up the flat tones. And so this is like I said, flat acrylic base, and then I pull in using a lot of shades as like to sink into my shadows. I don't use this method all the time. I do it for my miniatures that I want tabletop worthy, but I want to still look really good. It's like a step up above slap chop, which slap chop, again, if you're new to this, to my channel, I was showing off my Trench Crusade. Is these guys are slap chop, but I brought back their values with doing a lot of glazing and dry brushing just to bring up the highlights and values. So I never leave things of just straight up like um, just shades and leave it, or slap chop, or doing the speed paints or contrast paints. I will always raise the values back up with acrylics. Um, I was just doing a little bit of a. Oh, thank you, thank you. I was doing a little bit of a glazing for this last orc. Let's get this for his teeth. I was pulling in starting from the root, so you get to see that a little bit of gradient starting from the root, and then I pull towards the tip of the tooth. Um, and I will always show glazing, because especially after the shades, I will bring my midtones back by glazing, which is, I love to glaze. It took me a little while to get the consistency of glazing really good, but that is something through these tutorials I hope that you guys learn. My channel is definitely a sort of semi-tutorial channel, but it's also like a craft along. So those who have been watching for a while, if you guys haven't pulled out your crafts that you've been holding out, or your sketchbooks, or your whatever, I want us to all be doing art together. Actually, right now, I'm actually kind of doing a glaze with this. You see how that's like thinning out? So you want a consistency, a very watery consistency that's like, because like comparing to a non-watered, like here's what, so you want very thin coats. So, and all that is the application of water. Don't be afraid of putting too much water on your wet palette, because it's not going anywhere. The only thing you do is you might waste a little bit of paint, and I mean just a smidgen a waste of paint. I found my use of a wet palette definitely has like made me control my paint usage. But yeah, you want a very thin, translucent. Here, I'll actually pull this up where you actually can like see through. You get more of a watercolor feel to it. I'm just streaming to flirt with you. uh, don't out me like that, Creeposaur. There is a little bit of like, tune in next time, you know. I don't want to give away all my secrets, but no, this is, I do want to teach and take away the that gatekeeping fear that you get in a lot of YouTube of jumping into this hobby and being like, what am I in for? And then you're like, oh my god, this is too much. I want to take that away, because I am no display painter. I am, even at my best when I try it, I'm not up there with like the rest of the dudes, like Miniac, or what is his name, Trivian, Trivon. There's so many guys who are so much better if you're looking for a display miniature. I don't paint miniatures for display. I want to play them. So I try to get like I still want people to pick up my minis and be like, "Fuck, man, that's cool," you know. But like, not, they're gonna get it. They're gonna get used. They're gonna get abused. I'm gonna have to touch them up. Even my Knolls that I was showing before, I already have to touch up one of the hairs because my finger brushed up against it, and they haven't gotten clear coated yet, because I'm lazy. And that's why I made this channel, to get off my butt and start painting the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of gray miniatures I have. And that's why I want this to be a craft along as well, because I also want it to be a chance for you guys to finally get going with your art and craft along with me. Oh, thank you, thank you. Have you seen have you seen the other orcs and the knoll? I want to show you my knolls if you have not seen my knolls, because they are kind of the best miniatures I ever painted, and it's the first time I tried non-metallic metals, but they're not vibrant chrome metallic metals. They're almost like a I tried to get like a very galvanized steel look. I'll show them off again. And I actually have some other examples of some Vikings in here that I'm working on that are mid slap chop. They're actually at the slap chop level. Oh yeah, here we go. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm doing a little bit more show and tell. But here is my knolls. I have about 9 others I have to do like this. I did these 3 last year, and I'm very excited to get these done. I 3D printed these myself. I still have to put a little bit of foliage on. I tried to get a very Skyrim dungeon base with like coins in there that I did. I took a leather punch to some plastic card, and I made all the coins myself, and the broken like like what's that like type of clay that that red, why can't I think of it, terracotta, like urns and pots and stuff. Oop, I really want this to focus. Yeah, because I love this dude's teeth. And so this was done almost all glaze. I almost did glazing on, I want to say 90% of all these miniatures. So it's definitely my preferred way if you want to get a good miniature to learn the glazing. So when I get my knolls back in, and they might be my next project, because like I said, I just got the notification that I did these a year ago. Oh, I love that. And that, let's see if I can zoom in on that potion bottle too. Oh yeah. And all the little like hair wisps I did, like just with glazing. But these are my best miniatures I can say to date that I've ever painted in my life. And these 3 took 25 hours. I'm just going to put that out there too. I don't usually put this many hours into a miniature, but I'm Knoll obsessed, as many of my viewers know. So I wanted to give it my all. And I love these miniatures. These are from Artisan Guild. I buy so much Artisan Guild 3D printed miniatures. Like these Vikings I'm about to show you are at the, I just slap chopped them. I haven't started building up their acrylic values yet. So these are also from Artisan Guild. So this is like what you get when you so you can actually see like inner skin, a lot of the desaturation, and that's gonna drive me nuts. I just started applying gold onto these guys, and like these are like throw on the table, they'd be good enough, but they're not to my standards yet. I definitely am gonna be upping the game. I have to finish the metallics, and then I throw a where do I have it? Is this it? Okay, so I throw this after my slap chop. My secret for slap chop is I throw this into an airbrush, and I do a satin varnish. You don't want to do this next step before you throw this. And this ammo stuff, I have a matte and a satin, best clear coats on the market, hands down. I will fight people who say otherwise. I love this stuff. Um, and you can find it on Amazon. Really great stuff. So what happens is I'll use washes, right? I'll do a satin finish and then I'll wash, because if you do not, speed paints, at least speed paints, I can say this for, I don't know about contrasts, dry very matte to the point where they almost absorb. So when you throw a wash on, it actually stains the miniature. So it's almost a requirement that I get a satin clear coat, and then it acts like almost like a Citadel paint, where a Citadel paint almost has that like very slight waxy finish, and it helps pool and allows the shades and any other things like that, washes or inks and stuff, to act like normal again. Um, and so then I'll do that, and then I'll bring up that, just like I showed you with my Trench Crusade guys. That's what I did, is I did a satin finish. You can actually slightly see kind of a shine to them, because these are also not clear coated yet. I don't think I clear coated these guys yet. I'm really bad at that final clear coat finish job. But that's what I did for here, is I did that shade after the slap chop, and then I did a glaze value highlight and build it up. Well, I'll see you later, Nova. Thank you for tuning in. As always, you've been here for almost, if not almost every stream, and I really appreciate it. You can actually see that satin actually in the cloak a lot, so that's also why I have to do the matte finish, because it's a clear coat, protective coat and stuff. But yeah, I'll never leave things to just speed paints and slap chops. I have to build up those values. And that slap chop, though, those 10 of those heretic dudes took me 6 hours. 10 of them in 6 hours. Mind blown. I thought that was awesome. I was not an advocate of slap chop, actually, that you bring that up. It took a lot of convincing by one of my best friends, Jace, I bring up. He might even hop in later if he's not already watching. But he was like, no, dude, you gotta try it, you gotta try it, you gotta try it. And then he was like, dude, you don't just do slap chop like the Zenithal priming and do slap chop, like put acrylic highlights in, and like even if you did like even if you're not like the best painter, even if you put in the effort of doing slap chop and then even attempting some sort of attempt of a highlight, your miniature improves like so much. It's just such a great look for such little time. And you don't even have to do it the best. Like, it can be like a little sloppy, but I'm just kind of, oh yeah, there's a couple. I knew I wasn't quite finished with this guy's mouth. There's a couple of spots that these teeth are making it very difficult of getting in here. So with all that long-winded ramble, which in my channel it's just one long 4-hour ramble each thing, but I do try to be informative and whatnot. The type of paint that I'm doing is kind of like my oldest form of painting, which is acrylic base, shade, and then build up values again through glazing and highlight. That's like all I do. On my orcs, though, I did a little bit of an experimentation. Because my method, I wanted Goths because I have Ghazghkull. Ghazghkull was my first modern orc, I should say. I have stuff back from like the Battle of Macragge stuff, the push fit, the really stuff, and I never really used them. Then I recently bought the more recent 9th edition Combat Patrol, because I'm not a huge fan of the Beast Snagas. They're cool. I don't hate them. I'm just, when I think of orcs in 40k, they're not what I typically think of, like what an orc would be. So I went with goths. Now, I had a couple of realizations doing this. I didn't want to do a desert base, and as you see, I went with a desert base, but with some urban elements. Um, the skin, I didn't want to just do green. I found a lot of that. I wanted their skin to be very interesting and lively because the goth color scheme is probably one of the most boring color schemes you could probably ask for. It is just dull drabs, blacks, grays, whites, little touches of reds here and there. Um, so I was like, fuck, I can't do an urban base with these. They're just gonna blend in. If the base is gray, their clothes are gray and black, and then all I got is skin, that is gonna be rough. So I need the skin to be particularly vibrant. So that was a mix of a lot of base coat, gray, glazing highlights, and then I took a mix of acrylic and speed paint, I believe, and I very like surgically went through all the muscle groups and seams. The skin still needs a little bit of highlighting. Their veins need a little bit of a blue tint, but I'm gonna go over back with the pinks and the tips of the ears and the elbows and the knuckles to like really make them pop. It's a huge experimentation, but everyone who's seen them is like, "Whoa, that orc skin!" And I'm like, "Great, good," because everything else is so boring. And I did the tropey desert base because I wanted contrasting colors. I wanted things to pop. If these guys were black and gray and they were on a black and gray base, they would just kind of melt into the base and not really have a good placement. So that's like one of my things. This guy needs a lot of work, but he's one of my favorite war bosses. And there's a lot of metallics I need to do on him still. He's very in the mist. I'm kind of thinking he would be a bad thing to do batch painting with everybody, and I'm kind of noticing this. So I'm gonna save him, and I'm gonna do him one off. I'm gonna do him on his own and focus on him. But yeah, a lot of my orcs are at this stage where like a lot of their base coats are almost finished, and I'm gonna throw on their shades very very soon. Um, I'm hoping by the end of this stream that they will be at that level of getting to that, because I mean, I might not. There might still be a couple of hours left on these guys. But what I do, I should also explain my intent to you with this, is these are not for kill teams or for the 40k tabletop in itself. I play third party games. Like I play a lot of the older games too, but this is actually for This Is Not a Test. Which, hold on, I gotta get out of screen and wait my nose a little bit. My sinuses have been terrible, especially after shoveling snow. I'm like, huh. So This Is Not a Test is a miniature agnostic game. So it's one of my favorite games too. And I've been trying to get people into it, and everyone's usually like, "Oh, I don't want to play another game that doesn't use my 40k models." I'm like, "Well, let me tell you something. Since This Is Not a Test is considered a miniature agnostic game, similar to like Stargrave or whatnot, why don't we make This Is Not a Test on a Death World in 40k? These are my raiders. They're my raider warband, and orcs make a great raider warband. I have another warband that I will be playing in This Is Not a Test with the mutants, and they're all like Nurgle-esque cultists and mutants and the accursed. And then I have my my raider war boss, who's like, in the first edition you could give your guys power armor. You can't in the second edition. I may forego that, but there's a lot of house rules to make 40k work in This Is Not a Test. And so yeah, I plan on making this dude. He's gonna be my mutant boss because I think Nurgle makes great my power armored leader and looking like a mutant. I mean, it's perfect. But yeah, I have 6 of these miniatures that I might make. In fact, they actually might get painted before my next Knolls. I don't know. I have to see where people say, but yeah, and I think orcs are very important because like I've seen people do orcs before and do like just a dark green and they slather a green or an oil wash on them, and I'm like, and the problem is the old box art. Do I have the old box art here? No, it isn't. That's kind of how they are. Actually, the current knobs are still painted that way on like the box art. Um, and it's such a shame because you can get so vibrant with orc skin, being that it's green. So that's what I wanted to really try. Um, One thing I have to look up real quick is I have to look up squigs. I don't know what color they make their. Oh, those are all the wagons I'm looking to buy. I do want to buy. I don't have any vehicles other than the Def Coptas and like the bikes and like the Def Dread. Um, I can't look up this guy right now. I'm trying to look for like the war boss that came with this squig. Um, I don't know if I want to keep his toe claws black or if I want to make them bone colored too. I might keep them dark. Oh, I'm seeing a bit of the tongue I screwed up on. Not screwed up on. I just missed a spot. It's really hard with this. Like I've got really bright light on this, so like it's hard to tell sometimes what's shadow and what's not. Especially I've never had to paint and like explain this too much outside of my classes, but like even when I used to teach my classes, we could like be silent for like, good hour, half hour, and whatnot. Um, my ADHD brain has a hard time uh, tasking like, okay, talk, explain, but also paint. So that's something I'm learning. This is only my second week streaming. So I'm still learning quite a lot on what I'm capable of. I'm like reusing a lot of like brain power that has been kind of null and void for the last 6 months as I've been out of work. Um, but this has been great. And let me tell you, actually, these streams, I've been talking to my fiance, and I'm like, you know what? Me doing these streams has made me had to use my brain so much again, in such a good way, that like my everyday like memory, short-term memory, and just like my thinking capability is like being reinvigorated. And it's given me a lot of like purpose and stuff. So I've been really loving everything that I'm doing with this stream. And I can't believe how well this stream has done in its beginning stages. I thought it would take a lot longer to get here, like at this point of where I am, which is still beginning baby steps, but like I thought like people were really warning me like, DJ, don't be afraid if like it takes you like 3 months to even start getting 10 viewers and stuff. Don't look at your analytics. It's gonna be depressing. But honestly, I've had such a great support network starting out. I'm 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 well over what my expectations were. So I think I set a very low bar. Um, and but you guys have been fucking awesome. Um, I've been enjoying this all the time. I'm not going anywhere. Even if I'm not the most, even if I plateau after this a little bit, I'm doing this. I'm doing this for the rest of my life. I'm gonna get on YouTube very soon. I'm working on my YouTube channel. I'm working on my Patreon. I'm good. You guys have my commitment for the rest of my life because uh, I enjoy this way too much. Actually, I should have done this years ago. I really should have. I kind of kick myself. If there's only one thing I regret, it's that I didn't start this years ago. And I wanted to. Okay, this guy needs some bronze stuff. Yes, I remember. Okay. Let's see. Interesting. Interesting. I might need another. I might need a very dark bronze for some of the axe shaft and stuff. Looking. Oh, let me get, since I'm here doing bone, or like this bone color, I'm gonna attack the teeth. Oh man, any orc would have loved me saying that, attack the teeth. So here's why I was pissed I didn't have my tweezers before, because I have all these little dust particles and little hairs that are stuck in the paint. I am the only person I know who has to, well, not the only person, but you see all these guys on YouTube, and I never see them struggle fighting like dust particles and fibers with their miniatures. Do you guys? It's like all the freaking time, especially because I have a lot of animals. I'm a pet enthusiast. You can see it on my coat. I got my dog whose name is Fizzgig. He is part of my everyday attire, and it's just like I can't live in a static free area. It's just, I've tried. The best place I do is in my craft room with my 3D printer, and even then it's hard. I'm not getting good. I need to add a lot more water to my bone color because it is drying out. There we go. Getting that nice. Let's pull in some of that. Here we go. All right. Sorry. It was actually a struggle of getting like the viscosity of this paint for the orcs. So barely touching. It takes a few passes to get these tusks in the kind of in the vibrancy I want, but I'd rather be slow and do little passes and have little effect than glob it on. Oops, sorry. I may have to reapply a glob of this because this stuff might have stayed on my. Oh, my wet palette is. I found the culprit. All right, my wet palette is bone dry. Let me add in a little bit of water real quick. I didn't realize it went that dry that quick. And of course, I have to fat thumb this with this water. I could do it with my straw here. So I start with a corner and then I'll go around the edges like so. Yep. Oh yeah, this is... I filled this right before stream, but I think the metallics, I've been focusing on finishing the metallics a lot, and I will again before the stream's done, but I've just kind of left my wet palette open to the elements, which is okay, whatever, right? One thing I want to get is like tattoo squeeze bottles. A lot of like tattoo artists have like those squeeze bottles to wash off, and they say that's great to have for water to like squeeze um, uh, into the wet palette. And I'm glad you joined in. I hope to see you again. Um, the anti-genie you have trapped in your. I don't mess with Jinn. That I'm not a. Out of all things I'm into in paranormal, Jinn are not one of my interests. Oh, absolutely. See ya. I hope you enjoy the channel in the future, and we'll see you later. I'm glad you joined. Alright. I'm still not happy with how my... I may need a... You know what? I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it. I'm fighting it. Here we go. Just gonna put a little bit of glob on. I think it suffered from not having the wet palette wet. I'm trying my hardest to. If you notice, I'm not using this. This has a lot of red in it right now, and I don't want to corrupt my I would consider this being more on the white side of the spectrum of colors. It will stain it so quick before I have time to even react. So I'm trying to be very careful, not corrupt my bone color with a bit of red. There we go. There we go. Does he only have 3 teeth? Man, this guy. He only has 3 bottom teeth. This guy's quite the crumper. He be crumpin'. He's got like this cool stitching on that lip, and that's probably where he lost a tooth, which I'll be focusing on that when I do more of like facial painting for him. Whoop, 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 whoop. Kind of gotta pull. There we go. I'm looking at all angles, seeing how I can pull this white in. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, even getting these tusks in on these guys have been like a huge jump. Like, I'll do a before and after with some of my other guys. Because, like, here's a dude without the tusks, and then, like, it makes a difference. It really does. Let's do open mouth versus open mouth, like this guy and this guy. So you see, like, what a jump in characteristic that is. Yeah. I've been holding off on that, but I usually do the minute face details more on the, like, 75% done stage of a miniature. And sometimes I'll do it even for the last 90%. But I'm just so damn excited about these orcs. I really am. So I'm kind of like jumping ahead slightly, but not to my detriment. Not to my detriment. This is okay. I'm at a safe spot that I can do that. Oh, I was not using this brush for my inks. Here we go. Here's my... Not inks. I keep calling them inks. I did that last time, didn't I? Here we go. Cool. Alright, this blue I'm bringing into their eye sockets. He still has a little bit of blue, but it did get a little taken over by the yellow shade and got a little bit more green. But he still has a hint of it, so I'm just I'm bringing that back. Yeah, hell yeah. It looks a little dark now because it is wet. It will dull down a little, ever so slightly. Hell yeah, this guy's gonna cool. I should actually bring these into the veins too. I keep forgetting I gotta make the veins a little bluish. So actually, why don't I do that now, since it's really just like in the biceps that I have to focus on. So let's just do that real quick. And these I do want very dulled down. I don't want a huge influence. Probably when I go back to build up my highlights and stuff, I'm actually gonna do like a very light blue highlight, and that'll make it pop a little bit. You want kind of like this varicose vein situation in their stuff. So that's like what I'm talking about, is everyone's like, well, they're green skin, but if you don't pull in your blues and your like very light pinks and the knuckles, like when you get like this, when you have this to an orc, if you make that like slightly pink or in the elbows and the lips, tips of the ears, it gives the skin some warmth, even though they're green skin. And I had to fight a lot of like my brain saying that logically doesn't make sense. Like I'm really glad I kind of went against um my better judgment, because it gives a lot of vibrancy. Do you want me to check my PayPal now, or do you want me to do it after stream? By the way, if it's because you donated, which that's what I'm guessing, thank you so much for the donation, buddy. I really appreciate it. All right, man. Let me. Where do I have? I think it's on this side. Oh. Oops! I just started my stream, I think. Oh, what am I doing? I'm gonna pause me on my end. Alright. God, I gotta sign in all sorts of stuff. Okay, I might have to do this in a bit because I can't type and. Hold on. I know. Oh, okay. No, I don't want to create a passkey. Here we go. Oh, man. That's so nice of you. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate that. Here. That's really nice. Let me shrink that down. Thank you. Never expected, but always appreciated. I mean, you can't see my keyboard enough. Good luck. Yeah, I'm glad you came in. I've been wanting you to. We'll chat. We'll chat. But you are right, Burn Unit. I was thinking of while I'm doing it, like if you guys didn't notice, I did some ghost hit, key hits too, so you wouldn't see. But um, yeah, that was my one worry. I was like, do I really want to type that out midstream? Sure, you guys got it. You got me. My password is password. I go under as guest. Yep, that's it. You just stole all my crypto. I'm screwed. I'm no longer a millionaire. God, I wish. All right, so yeah, I pulled in. Oh, I wasn't doing. I wasn't even supposed to be doing this guy's eye sockets. I'm doing the blue veins in his bicep. Yeah, this week I'm gonna try to get my Patreon set up too. Um, Again, not expected, but any support shown through my Patreon is always gonna be. That's gonna be the lifeblood of everything. Um, I've only been a I've only been a subscriber. I haven't been on the content side of things. Um, I would love to pick your guys' brains on like what I should do for like my tiers. Um, because I really don't know. So like some ideas I've had is like I was thinking of like a $1 monthly subscription. It'll keep you updated with like just general things I'm doing, and it's like my like beginning support, and I like all that. It won't really provide much other than like get notifications, join my Discord, blah blah blah. I was thinking $3, like you get inside scoops, like some of I will be like doing like weekly posts to like I'll be scanning in a lot of my old artwork, even the cringy stuff. Um, I was thinking of oh, did I do? Yeah, I did that. That's the right vein. Okay. Um, and what else? While I'm here, what I'd also do. Um, yeah, I think I have the hardest time with like the mid tier, like of what to do with that. It's a lot of like get involved with seeing my old artwork, my artwork posts. I will try to do, like full fledged art, maybe every like 2 weeks. I think would be kind of like how I. It's kind of like my normal process rate, especially since I'm spending so much time streaming. Doing full fledged art pieces are slowing down. Um, but I will keep up with that. Ideas for that would be really good. Um, Definitely, I want to have a NSFW tier. That would probably be one of my higher tiers. Oh, right. So let's get real, guys. Not with that element, but part of that element actually is me going online. My I guess life goal has always been to make comics. And a lot of you guys don't even know half the characters I have made in my life, right? Um I think this would be a great opportunity eventually to start streaming my comics, start streaming my characters and redesigning a lot of stuff that I've had for the last like 2 decades, right? Um, and so that's actually a thing that could be, comic update with my Patreon and stuff like that. Um, oh, I'm glad you did. It's just not a lot, like, no one responded to my little. I mean, it wasn't my best. It was like these little chibi Cliff Note, Airclav, and Valkyria kind of uh, background, because I'm not the best writer, but I love visual elements. I love, like, I'm definitely like more of a visual storyteller than just like writing. Um, Ew, hold on, sorry, I screwed up. I don't want that on the red. So I was thinking that for a tier, and then obviously, like the not safe for work. Someone said, oh, I could do the NSFW stuff on here, and I'm like, not at the, I think you can make like videos 18 plus and do like let's say like artistic nudity or nudity in games or like blurring out stuff, but like I would still be very, very, very limited, right? So I might keep that for certain like Discord tiers of like my Patreon, and do it like privately in Discord, or do other, there's other artistic streaming avenues that allow that, especially like a lot of fur artists like me use that stuff. I've never used that yet, but I'm interested to learn it. And that I would probably save for like my higher like NSFW Patreon tiers. But like I don't know. That's like actually a speed bump I'm having with my Patreon. It's like I kind of don't know what I would keep up with when it comes to content. Definitely like everything I do almost like weekly, I would do like, I think mid tiers, like here's what I'm painting, here's what I'm doing, stuff that I'm not always doing on stream, put on my Patreon. And I think that would be interesting, especially when it comes to the costume prop making. There's a lot of stuff I can't do on stream. Um, I might be able to do that like I would have to get the other phone and maybe connect that to my Twitch and stuff and do live stuff, like if I'm so a lot of what I'm doing is going to be working with PVC and the heat gun and stuff, and that is like very, very toxic fumes. So like that might be interested to either stream outside on a different camera, or just update you guys and have that part of my Patreon, and then like the stuff I can do in here I'll be doing like with that sewing machine and like stuff like that. But I would love, like, if you guys want to pitch some ideas to me on my Discord and all that junk and stuff, and like talk to me, like I would definitely uh that stuff. Yeah, I don't have any sponsors yet. I would love to do sponsorships in the future. My channel is still very, very much in its infant stages. Um, but that would be a wonderful end goal. I just definitely not there yet. Okay, I'm doing like a lot of the blues for these guys. I think I just like went through and did all of them, not even thinking about it. Okay. So we're going to continue with this orc. Sorry, I'm getting so super distracted. I'm actually going to give my Klinsky brushes a little bit of a break. I'm probably going to use this synthetic. I need to pop on this to look at what I need copper, weapon bronze. I don't like a lot of these these bronzes. Rough iron. Ooh, rough iron might be good. I don't think I've used this one yet. So there's a couple like these weapon shafts that are like very, very dark. They almost look like a wrought iron with like a tinge of brown and stuff. And I think this might be the exact metal that will do it. What do you guys think? I think that'll be good. Yeah. Oh hell yeah. Even though this is all gunked up. I must have used this. I think I do remember using this metal for something. I gotta clean this actually out hardcore. I think I was trying to figure out metals I want to use for my Trench Crusade stuff. And like this was one I was testing out, but it was like too dark for me. But I think for weapon shafts, let's get a little bit of water in here. Let's see how this does. Oh yeah. It's all coming together now. Are you guys working on stuff too, or I love some of you guys have come to me after my stream and showed me stuff you're working on, and honestly, like nothing makes me more happy knowing that like my stream inspired you guys to work on some stuff. Like I love that. Working it for real. Yeah, a lot of people are still like it's kind of weird because a lot of people have off today because of the blizzard and stuff that are like local-ish near me, but I know some people are able to work from home and watch or whatnot. But yeah, I seem to always get you guys when you're like at work, which even more so, I probably should start my impromptu crafting streams like more in the evening and stuff. But it's like the 2 o'clock is like really good for my working day right now. But I definitely think doing days that my work is closed today, tomorrow, and tomorrow. Oh, but I still have to work from home. Yeah. Yeah, there's I know a few of our friends are in that same boat. Man, I don't know though. I love work. I know some people are like, "Oh, I couldn't do it forever," but like I've been doing it for 5.5 years working from home because of COVID. It kind of threw me into the digital lifestyle of working from home. Um, I don't get as cooped up as people do. Call me big nerd because I am, but I love working from home. Oh my god. So I like that. I like that. That's the yeah, that dude's whole shaft to his weapon is just wraps, so I don't have to do that. That was the only little bit. That kind of sucks that like these are the only two orcs that need that slight wrought iron, but that was the exact iron color I needed. And I might go back in my highlight phase and do a couple like scratches to like texture it up of like slightly lighter, but yeah, that that hits pretty hard. Um, but I should get back into my bronzes. We are nearing so close of getting these orcs to like the next phase. Whoops. Oh yeah. That honestly is kind of funny. I don't know if I could do that for Twitch, but maybe those late night streams will be like the 18 plus, because like that's when a lot of people would be doing the streams. So my friend Tom, he made a great idea of doing my impromptu late night kind of midnight streams, and he would say craft until midnight. I'll just say the acronym craft until midnight. What do you guys think? You think that's a good one? It made me laugh hard because like me being the completely gullible person I am, I didn't quite catch on to it until he explained it to me, and I'm like, oh my god. Yeah. Canceled. Yep. I was very shocked that he was like, I had this great idea. You should do your impromptu night streams and call it Craft Until Midnight. I'm like, oh, I don't mind that. That's kind of cool. And then he told me. I was like, oh my god, Tom. I think I'll just do it and see how many people catch on. Like, do you know that your stream titles, like, I won't say the acronym, but I'll put it as my stream title, and someone's like, do you know as an acronym this is? Like, good job. I think that would be funny. I'll look into like what's allowed into like uh Twitch's like 18 plus streams, if like what the parameters are, and that might dictate like what is done. But we'll see. We will see. Um because I don't hate that idea. Honestly, it's kind of a funny idea. Orks, 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 orks. Orcs are such a great faction for what I'm doing this for like this and that test. I mean, they literally are like apocalyptic raiders, like diesel punk apocalyptic raiders. I just want to get like their vehicles just for the fun of it. Um, and depending on how 10th edition goes, if I go for an army, I might make my proxy Space Null army as orcs. They would play very differently. I would probably do primarily aerial, and I don't care if it's like what wins tournaments or not. I'm playing theme. I'm a third edition, you know, Warhammer baby. I don't play to win. I play to play a theme and smile every time I look at my army. And that's what I would do. It would be, unfortunately, entirely like mostly 3D printed army, and I don't care. Um, but I have all these nulls that I made from like Heroes Forge that I would make like orc armor for, and I would just like I would go that route, and I would just do like these shock troop space pirate kind of like orcs, but nulls. Bunch of Def Coptas and like the bombers and stuff. I think that would be fun. Oh, you're lagging? So other people lagging? Oh, yeah. I don't think it's me. It shouldn't be me. I've got a pretty good situation going, but you guys keep me updated. It's not having any lag. Yeah, I think it's person to person depends. So this is what I find the hardest part of miniature painting is like it's like down to like, oh man, I am so close to like the phase that really like finalizes and gets like these miniatures a lot of lifestyle. It My anxiety goes up and I feel like I'm chewing on the bit for oh, oops. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. It'll be okay. I put a little bit of metal on my wet palette. Oh, that brain fucked me. Oh fuck. It should be okay. But yeah, I really just want these orcs done. I've been working on them for a while. And it's because I bit off more than I could chew. I thought I could do the whole warband in a batch paint, and I really should have just taken like my four main infantry guys, worked on them, taken my the knob and worked on him. I should have taken my leader, worked on him, taken my two special dudes and probably worked on them together, the flamethrower and the rocket launcher. I should have broken it up like that. Um or at least like definitely like maybe my orc knob and my squig together or something like that, like but I wanted it. I thought it would be a quick warband. I got a little egotistical because my Trench Crusade guys went so quick, and that's like what I was comparing them to, but this is not the same as like my Trench Crusade guys. I should hydrate. Thank you. Yes. Oh, that was good. Yeah. Thanks, Trey. Oh, my stomach's like, yes, water. Um, yeah, so definitely if you're batch painting, and like, I can't even call this batch painting. People like are like, dude, do 10 guys at a time. That's batch painting. And that's like what I did for my Trench Crusade guys. Um, and like I said, I don't ever really deal with the armies ever again. I will always do like very small war bands. Um, but like I should have even broken it up then, because like then I could spend like a whole day just like on four dudes and probably get them done, right? But now because I delegated time between what I have 9 miniatures that I'm painting at the same time. Um, I didn't really take into account of all the little difficulties, and it's not that they have different colors. They are for the most part uniform. What I didn't expect is the drastic poses, because these guys have very unique um like mono pose, like kind of like action sequences to them. And I didn't find the difficulties of that were gonna slow me down, but oh man, they are, and they have. Um, and that's a learning experience that, especially because again, I haven't painted, like I've painted a lot, but I haven't painted on quite the scale that I need to get my miniatures finished. Um, I should have made that just black. I might repair that and just. I have like a little sliver of skin in there, and I don't think I should have. That's okay though. I'll just take a little bit of black and cover that up. There's also one orc that I missed a spot in in this. Oh, yep, it's this guy. I have to go back and also get those holes that are in his shirt right there. Um, Let me actually do that right now, because I'm going to keep forgetting. And I brought it up in every stream that I've painted these orcs. I think this is my third stream painting orcs, but my second that will be posted. Trying to find... I have like a leafy green. Yep, here we go. Leafy green. This is what I do for a quick fix on these guys, for like those little dots. And then once this is dry, I throw in that yellow shade, and it's like so not noticeable that, you know, I get away with it. So blah, that's all I need. In fact, I'm gonna just put you away because I will not need you again. Let's get a little bit of water because I don't have a lot of paint here. So the reason I'm doing such like a neon greenish here is because the yellow wash is gonna like bring it back like so much that so I'm gonna do a little twist, keep my that tip sharp. I just need a dot of it. It's okay if I get it on the black. That's not the worry. I actually got a bubble in there. I have to like swish my brush around there. Yeah, so once that dries, I'll throw in a little bit of the yellow wash and no one would be the wiser. I'll probably forget that I even did that. And then when I fix up all the black tones and stuff, I'll just ring that around. While I'm here also, I noticed the guy had a couple of... Oh. No, not this one. It was the dude I was just working on. He's got a couple of, like, bone tooth trinkets that I can finally start bringing up. He's got one there. He also has his horns. I could get the horns. I think I actually want to do the horns a little different. I think I want to start with like a darker brown and then do like a glazed, like almost like this ribbed texture. God, now that you said something about hydrating, I'm like, oh my god, I am really thirsty. I'm messing it up. It's a thin coat, so I have to go over this anyway. Didn't he have another one? There was another trinket I think I saw on him. That or it was someone else. Yeah, I think it was one of the other dudes I haven't gone to yet, so no worries. I do want to fix that wrist really quick. So this is kind of a good example of what not to do, is I'm going back and fixing those little minute details. The reason I'm doing it now, though, is because that wrist is going to be something I'm going to have to get at really soon. And that it's going to pose a problem if I don't actually fix it now. Because it's actually preventing me, because I want those straps around it to be brown, and I want to get the little clasps of metal on there. And I'm not happy right now because of that. I kind of misjudged it that I want to show a little bit of skin, which what I thought was like wraps. And at the time I was like, oh wait, those aren't wraps. It's more like kind of like a bracer almost, like just like a little bit of leather that's belted on them. So yeah, that it just wasn't a good call at the time that I have to fix right now. So it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. But let's not try to make a habit of that, of going back and forth and back and forth. You have to delegate, like, is this worth doing right now? Um, what am I doing? So I do want to take a little bit. I keep hitting my forehead. Oh, my gold completely dried up. Yeah. Where's my bright gold? Did I put it back? Yep. He's got a bullet for an earring that's hanging down. And I gotta paint it. We'll do a thin coat right now, let it dry. And I even gotta go back and make like the silver rings for it, and that I'm gonna want one of my really thin brushes. One of these days I'm gonna have to get like one of those like 3-hair brushes or something. I think it's so stupid to have those like really thin brushes, but there's times where I'm like, man, I kind of need it. That's the one thing I'm like really worried of, is like just these little tiny earrings. Let me see if I can show you just how tiny they are. They're like on his ear, they're like still in black, and it's like I gotta deal with that. It's nightmarish. Um, yeah, not looking forward to it. But let's get back into. There's a lot of bronze on these guys that I have not finished. So like the head of his like potato masher style grenade. I wonder why that was a decision made for Orks, is doing like the potato masher grenades. They do that with the Orks and Death Guard. They have like Death Guard I could understand. Do they do it for the Deathcore Krieg? I have one box of kill team that I was making for Stray, but I only made like the sergeant. Oh, do they have the potato masher style grenades? I think they do. I'm comparing of like some of the Warhammer armies that decide to do that for the grenades. Yeah, they do. See, that makes sense. For Orks, I don't understand why they did that. I don't hate it, because they do a kind of a different style where it's like very, very like ramshackled, and like they have all like the dented stuff, and like, but like, why do Orks feel like that was easier to make? You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean they're lootas, but they don't loot their grenades, obviously. Because no other army has grenades quite like these. And not for nothing, they probably don't want to loot Death Guard stuff. I actually think like if you're looting Death Guard stuff, man, you're desperate. You're desperate. It's more like Nurgle looted you at that point. I guess we'll bring a little Bob Ross into it. It'll just be our little secret. You're just infested with Nurgle parasites. It'll be our little secret, right? And they're happy too, so they're just happy little Nurglings. It's all coming together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. That's what should have been one of my sound bites. That would have been funny. Come on, zoom in. There we go. Have I been blurry? That I've been so locked in. I haven't like actually, even though my screen's like literally in front of me, I haven't been paying attention because I'm like, oh, we are so close to the end here, guys. I'm like, it's the most frustrating part of model painting. And I hate flat color painting, but it is what I think is like for getting miniatures on the table, the best way to make a good looking miniature is doing like this flat colors kind of style. Oh no. What style do you guys use? Those who paint miniatures, like what's your kind of, if it has a title or what you kind of do, like what is your comfort zone? Because that's what it's about. There's no one way that's better than another. Um, I think. I mean, it really depends on what you have to go to and what expectations you have and stuff. But like, the one thing I love about all art forms is there's no one way to do something. Um, and this is just what I chose for my orcs, and you'll see in my other paint schemes, like there's going to be other things I do. There's going to be a lot of things on the stream that I experiment with that I haven't done, get myself out of a comfort zone. We'll learn together, kind of thing. Um, and I'm excited for that because I think even a year of doing this, like I think it's gonna force myself to grow as an artist. I'll grow as a streamer and an artist. Let's see. You like to eyeball it? You're funny. You're funny. Is that because you're mostly blind? You're gonna be like my friend Stray that's like in Fifth Element, where it's like, he can't hear nothing because he's stone deaf or something. This guy can't see nothing because he's legally blind. I don't know. What would be a funny. Can't see shit. You'll never see it coming. No, because I have crippling depression. Me too, buddy. Me too. You're in good company. And not just me. I'm pretty sure most of us here have crippling depression. I'm just gonna say it. I'll put it out there. Who doesn't nowadays? And I'll tell you who doesn't. You have to be a pretty awful person to be in this world nowadays. To be like, yeah, I'm kind of happy with things, how things are going. I'd be like, all right, chum, hot take. Hot take. I don't really want to get to know you anymore. If you think this is if everything's fine to you, you're either a jerk or you're really, really ignorant. Yeah, existential dread, that kind of goes with it. That's part of like anxiety, which anxiety can lead to depression. The two spiral with me, like, um anxiety can lead to that dread and depression, or depression can lead into anxiety. It's yeah. Yeah, I think if you're not worried about how things are going in this world, then there's a few things that's definitely says a lot about a person. But I don't know, bro. I'm just painting orcs. Just trying to live the best life I can given the circumstances. Alright, this guy's looking really cool so far. Man, this is getting to the point where I'm not sure what I'm gonna need to do much more before I start doing like the cleanup phases. One thing I do want to do, um, before the streams end, is I definitely want to get start on the eyes. The eyes are going to be very, very important. Yeah, things are looking pretty bad. There's a couple of hopeful avenues that I won't talk about on stream, but there's a couple of things that have been happening that have little promise, but it really depends. Cautiously optimistic. Like, I'm hopeful, but it's also like, man, I've been trying to stay on hope for decades now, and it's like I've just been seeing it spiral, man. You know what? I was 14 years old when I was like, something's gonna erupt. Things are gonna finally collapse. And I've been sitting here 26 years later being like, oh, we're just kind of stagnant in this, like, yeah. But the powers that be are doing as much as they can to prolong it, which should have been, I should have predicted, but I was an ignorant kid watching Mad Max, you know, wishing for like some sort of explosive kind of confrontation, I guess, which is like horrible for me to think about, right? But like, I think it would, at this point, it's like just rip the band aid off, see where the world goes. You know, for going down the shitter. That's me though. That's like a nihilistic part of my brain that I would never deny. Ooh, this brush is very overloaded. The teeth on these axes are in that like bronzish color too. I look forward to when I don't have to paint just 40k stuff, but I do have so much 40k stuff. It's like, I don't know if that would ever be in sight of me not painting 40k. But I have plenty of non 40k stuff too, so I look forward to switching it up, I guess, a little bit. I didn't paint the top of this guy. This is like the shaft that's poking through the top of that axe. Yeah, I don't think you and Burn Unit, who is one of my LARP friends, I don't think you guys have ever interacted outside of this Twitch chat. Um, I definitely wouldn't mind being the bridge in your two's acquaintanceship, but you guys would have to let me know about that. I don't know. They are taken. I know that's not what you meant, but yeah, burn unit's cool. Um, I've been trying not to out their LARP and real. I try not to out everyone's name, and it does slip every once in a while. Um, Plus, I almost feel bad. Like, I'll be honest, Burn Unit. Every time I say like your LARP name, because that's like what I remember you as, like I feel mean because I'll out what we call you from your LARP. His LARP character was Stinky. Like that was their name, and I'm like, but they're not Stinky. Like I've been around you. Like yeah, that's the you know. Oh, and like you go by Jay. You know, like that's all. That's all good since you give me the permission to use your real name. Um, yeah, and we always used to refer you to as Stinky. It's like again, not Stinky. Out of all the nerds I've been around, I can say that is not what I would have. Yeah, there's plenty of people I do know in the nerd world that I'm like, yeah, MFer, you are Stinky, but not Jay. Oh man. All right, so I kind of went back to like the batch painting where it's like, all right, I have this bronze out, and I'm like remembering this. I hate this stage because it's a lot of like the oops, I forgot that, oops, I forgot that, oops, I forgot that, and it's like going back and forth. So we're gonna just be in it for a little bit, and I might just be focusing on my infantry dudes because, like, kind of like what I was saying, I kind of wish I did that first. So if I get my infantry dudes kind of like finished, because that's what I've been focusing on today, is at least like the four main dudes. I'm hoping that inspires me to like keep going. Sometimes you gotta give yourself little victories to keep going. And those who have painted miniatures, sometimes I think you know what I'm like talking about. It's like, you know, I've already spent 12 hours of streaming just painting these orcs on you guys, and I had a head start on this. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I don't refer to you as that, but I just call you Stray. I always have a hard time saying that in front of your mom too, because like she's never really been like kind of cool with the Stray. Like she's always like, "Who are you talking about?" I'm like, "Stray, your son." It's like it's not my son's name. I'm like, well, sorry, you kind of fits him. He is kind of like a stray, and if he's not a stray, he's always a stray. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you for hanging out for most of the stream. I mean, we're going to be wrapping it up in 45, so always good seeing you, though. Oh, I forgot. I missed some spots on this. Ew, I have a fiber in my brush right now. I hate that. Alright, I think I'm gonna, while I have, where did it go? I did put a dab in here, didn't I? Oh yeah, there it is. I'm gonna try to get these buckles right here. Hell yeah. Alright. Now, because I'm working on that bracer, I'm gonna try to get the brown straps again. This got a little dry, so let's like just try to rehydrate. In fact, I probably gotta put more water in my wet palette again soon. See, I think it's because we were talking about them too much. They were like, I'm out of here, I'm uncomfortable. Nah, they're just myths of working. In the mist. Which I'm always amazed. They're always in chat too, which is really cool that they show up and have me in the background. Sometimes not even just in the background. But I think they have like a lot of a job that allows like a lot of possible like downtime and just waiting for like whatever work order comes or whatnot. So there is one factor of Null Oil, and I'm gonna probably use it on stuff like this where it's like there's a bracer that has like the two straps involved, and like before I get my acrylic black, I may just like drop some Null Oil like in the crevices to help like clean that up even sharper, because there's some spots that are actually like hard to see the sharp lines here, and the Null Oil will like help me do most of the work for me. So I think I might cheat and do that. Oop, I think I just painted over a little bit of... Ugh, this was done so sloppy. But my anchor points have not been great. I've been kind of doing free brush strokes. Oh, let's see. I gotta redo that. Actually, let me, since I'm working with the brown, and I did say last time I want to start my horns off brown instead of that bone color, because I have an idea of what I want to do for those. I'll just start painting those now. Cool. Alright. I don't have long now. Oh, this guy... And all these guys are getting compromised. I might have to like re-duct tape these guys to the to my what I call painting handles. These are sad excuses for painting handles, but I like them a lot better than most painting handles out there, actually. Okay. There's also, I forgot to make a brown strap around here. Which is funny. I think that we're using bootstrap brown. Are we? Or am I just using a leather? Let's see what. Yeah. Bootstrap brown on a bootstrap. Hey. Bootstraps, bootstraps. I'm a little shaky, but I don't mind being shaky around an area that has like the black clothing, because that's going to be the easiest to clean up. I kind of allow myself to be a little sloppy around it too, I think, kind of purposefully. I'm gonna make. Whoa! Did you guys catch that? I almost fucked up. Yeah, I'm gonna make these straps brown too. I want to utilize more brown into the Goths color scheme. It's a little bit of an old school Goths color scheme. Um, Kind of like more when like fourth and fifth edition Goths painted, but I really did like a lot of their brown like straps on their black clothes and metal armor. I feel like got away a little bit from their bondage look that they kind of have now. Sometimes it's like all black straps, and it's kind of like, I don't know. But I think it makes it, even though like I don't hate, if that's like the way going, especially with a faction called the Goths. Um, I don't mind that. I feel there's an interest level with bringing in more of the brown straps. I would rather use more colors and interest points, even if it's as simple as like making a black strap or brown strap. Hmm. I'm seeing a spot I missed with the metal. Again, it's like that back and forth and back and forth. All right. I got this dude. Let's fix up his bone a little bit. I want to like, I don't want to just jump around guy to guy. So let's just keep on this one dude until I'm happy. I do eat sometimes after the stream. I ate 4 tacos right before stream. But yeah, after stream, I'm usually very wiped out and hungry, and I need like another refresher. Regardless that I have like an energy drink or something like right at stream's beginning. Um, well, I mean that would also explain why I'm hungry, because it also speeds up your metabolism. Um, so it gets me through the stream to have like an energy drink or a caffeinated drink. But yeah, that is a factor that it kind of does that to my metabolism, and I generally eat afterwards too. But speaking of food and stuff, I should hydrate. I'm usually much more progressed with my water at this point of the stream than I am now. We're 35 minutes away from the end of the stream, and I'm not even halfway through this water, so I'm doing bad. But I end up, when I'm painting, getting very locked in and into the zone. Not that I'm making excuses that this is the reason, like, I'm doing it, and it's not any excuse of, like, not drinking water. But the reason is because I'm so much more just in the zone than any other art style. It's harder to upkeep that stuff. It really is when it's miniature painting. There's a lot of spots on this particular orc model too that I have missed. I'm not really happy about it. If I wasn't on stream, I'd be cursing like a sailor right now. Oh my god, I screwed up on this. There's a little spot on that forearm right there that I got blue ink on. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That has to, when I do the highlights and build up more of that green tone, that's just something I'm gonna have to go in and fix. But I'm even more mad now about that. That's very, very unfortunate that I didn't catch that when it happened. But it's okay. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. I wish it was like one of those mistakes I could just pass off as like, oh, it's just got a birthmark or something. But like, I'm not crazy about like excuse mistakes kind of thing. But it's one of those moments where it's like I'm not at the phase where I can address fixing that mistake right now. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Why didn't I paint a lot of this dude's like buckles and stuff? This dude particular, I just like avoided doing a lot of his buckles. Maybe it was in between those. Maybe I was at that phase at one of my paint throughs and like it was like I thought I did it on all of them and I screwed up, which is very likely. Oh, now that I have silver, I can get in here and whew. Oh my god. I have to get in between all the little fingers in the pistol grip on this side, and oh my god. I'm really worried. I'm really worried. I'm really worried. I'm really worried. Come on. This is definitely something I can it's not the best painting, but it's something, one of those things you can like definitely blend with some washes and stuff later on. Alright, sorry. That was a really stressful little bit. Oh god, this guy's falling off the freaking thing really hard. What is on his knee? What did I do? Is that just water? Is that from... No, I don't know where the water came from. Alright, now he's got like a very... almost like light gray, almost like a light warm gray wrapping. So I got a couple of warm grays here. Let's see what I could use. I almost am leaning towards Castle Gray. I'm almost leaning towards that. That would be a good start. So that's going to be for like his weapon hand. I might... Let me see who else has weapon handles like that. I dare say my like main... Yeah, the knob will have something like that too. So I'm going to do a couple of the weapon wraps in this gray. Ew. Do I need to... I might need to unclog this nozzle. The schnozzle. Nice snooter, dude. That's from Grounded. I don't have a pin or anything. Come on, get out. Ooh. Yeah, I got a pop, so it definitely dried and clogged the nozzle. You gotta be careful with that because you will, if you force it. I've had actually the top blow off one of these and spew all over my my table before, and that created a mess. But yeah, you can, if you have a clog, it's best just to take it aside and unclog it instead of forcing it like I just did. So don't do what I did. There's a lot of that. Don't do what Johnny Don't does. Alright, so yeah, this is kind of a... This is one of those colors that isn't particularly part of the scheme. It's just like some of their wraps are sometimes wrapped in this like warm gray, like canvas cloth or bandaging or whatever you want to refer to it as. It's almost, I would say it's almost like this canvas grip cloth. And it's going to look really bad because I'm on a black right now, so I need to definitely do like a thin coat, like 2 or 3 thin coats of this before I'm happy with it. But again, it's like I'd rather do that than just glob it all on one and it look terrible. Because if I glob it on, yeah, I'll get the coverage on better, but when I go to highlight this, it's gonna fight me because I just covered all the details. Here we go. Yeah, and keep in tune because like I'm thinking of it now and I'm like, man, I really want to do like continue my 7 days. So I don't know if it'll be tonight. Maybe I might continue it because I really missed that I didn't do that Friday. You have no idea how much I was looking forward to that. I love my like sandbox games, especially 7 days. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but come on, get in there. There's part of me that wishes I could like some of the popular games, like what Arc Raiders is like a very popular streaming game to do, but like I'm not good at them. Like no one would watch my ass. And I get too rage induced to like doing all that work and effort just to like lose all my gear. And no, I'm not about rage plays. I know some people really like that, but it's not my cup of tea. But I don't even I usually don't even like I love the idea of extraction shooters and stuff because I think that's what like Arc Raiders is. It's like a multiplayer extraction shooter kind of. Um, but I'd much rather that be like more on a PVE level. And I know there's some that stay to that. Like what was that one? There was like a really there was hype for a game that was doing that, and then it just kind of like fell off as soon as it. One of my buddies was like talking about it like before it came out. Um, and I guess it didn't do very well. No, I know Tarkov is that's like the existential extraction shooter, and I can't do that because it's PvP. I think there are some PvE elements, and I don't mean I want to do PvE elements with PvP, like not choice. I want I would only really do good with PvE. And there was one that came out that wasn't Tarkov. It was like this post-apocalyptic one, and you're fighting robots. I think it's like mostly against like that kind of sense, and like it had a lot of hype, but then like on release was just like I don't think it was as good. I really cannot for the life of you me tell you what the game was. Um, Year Zero, it might be. Let me look that up real quick. That very well might be it. Or no, Year Zero. No, I think Year Zero is like more like an MMO. Hold on, let me look here. That is, you're not wrong though, because I think um did I screw up the? And no, this I'm not getting. Let me see. No, it's not Year Zero. Divergence Year Zero is an older game. Massive multiplayer. I forget what it was called. Yeah, it's I don't know. I hate getting these like ideas for during midstream because I don't want to like spend time like, hey, watch me just search up things that you can't even like see on my end. But like, yeah, it came out like last year. It was like a big hype like PVE extraction shooter. Um, and that was like the big thing of it is like, oh, it's PVE and stuff. But like, I guess like the optimization for it was just like very, very terrible. And I could be just wrong. Everyone could be like, no, actually, that game is fire. What are you talking about? But like, I don't remember. I can't remember for the life of me. And I definitely had a computer at that time that could not handle something like that at all. Now I do. There's very little my computer could not handle. In fact, my computer can probably handle everything out there, just like it's under the assumption of like, could I stream it in 4K or not? Yeah, maybe it depends. Like that depends. Yeah, I just got Helldivers. That's not the one I'm talking about. That's not an extraction shooter as much as it is just a team-based PvE like mission kind of like fight. I mean, I guess you do have to extract, um, but it's not so much a loot, an extraction. Like usually extraction shooters are you have to loot and like get back with the loot that you find. Um, yeah. Um, no, and I was just watching my buddy do Helldivers, Shadow Gaming. That came into uh, my Valheim party for a little bit there. He's a buddy I know in IRL, um, and yeah, he does the Helldiver stuff, and it was funny. He was playing a little bit of No Man's Sky yesterday, and he like flipped his truck, and I was like, you know what, you're still doing better than most drivers in Connecticut. Which, sorry for all my Connecticut friends, they know how I feel about drivers in Connecticut. Being that you're logistically or statistically, Connecticut has the third worst drivers in the country, and I can state them. They're California, Mississippi, and Connecticut are the top three worst states known for their bad drivers. So it's not just me; it's facts. Um, but I had him cracking up because he drives a truck. I think for like he like drives like this dump truck or like some sort of cargo truck or not semi trucks, but like he does like almost like union or construction. I'd have to really ask him. Um, but I had him cracking up with that. I almost fucked up. Sorry. My brush like was like resisting and was like. Ugh. Oh, Payday was so like Payday 2 was so good. I hated its microtransactions, but I miss our Payday stuff back in the day. Everyone was like, "All right, we're going in quiet, except for you, DJ. Keep doing what you're doing." And I was just like in the biggest armor and minigun. It's like, just in my mask, like, "Yep." Just stay behind as we sneak, and when the shit hits the fan, you're out there, pop out, and I did. Oh my god, it was. I would kind of follow behind everyone, and once everyone started doing the drilling and the alarms started blaring, that's when I came out and used to just Arnold Schwarzenegger it like with the minigun. That was always fun. But I always had to. I remember I always needed people to watch my back in case like some of the specials used to come up like that invisible dude, and he would used to like shock you and basically paralyze you to like no end. That was like a ridiculous character. That was like a solo breaking like enemy in the game. Like you could not play the game on solo just for that sheer dude. Because once he got you, that's it. That's it. Like you, there's no breaking out of it. There's no like button mashing. He just like shocks you and starts kicking you on the ground in a death loop, cursing you, literally cursing you out, and then it's like, okay, I guess I'm dead now. Which that like not to rage on a game, but what a stupid like game killer to like keep you from literally just yeah doing a solo play. Oh come on! I'm really just squeezing hard. Like, this is not... I have to get a paper clip and really unclog that one. I don't know why that is giving me so much trouble. It must be like something with the pigmentation, because like lighter pigments, or if you use white pigments, have larger pigments than most other pigments. Red is the most staining, white has the largest, and there's a couple other factors in pigments that you should know, I guess, getting into painting. It helps you know like how to avoid certain technical issues. So like things that do have like white pigmentation, you want to do as little coats of it as possible. So that's what's hard, is because it has bad coverage. Um and if you do too many coats of it, gets gunky. So it's like you gotta really kind of know what you're doing, in a way of like, so with my whites, I might not thin them quite as much, um, because in the end you're gonna just be fighting yourself. And hopefully that's something of like, oh DJ, that's helpful. Thanks for that little info, and not a well, duh, you know. Because if there's anything I'd like to take out of this, it would be at least being slightly informative. I'm kind of... Oh, no, I'm still staying away from the end of my brush here. I'm trying not... I mean, this is a synthetic, so I'm not too worried. But still, I try to do the same practice on my synthetic brushes that I would do to like my Kolinsky sable hair brushes. Because in the end, you're still prolonging brush life. It's just, man, synthetics are just like such a, I don't know. You put in effort into it, and it still doesn't like reward you for the efforts of trying to sustain your brushes. And there's a third hand on the screen? What are you talking about? Let's see. I hate these bandages and wraps, man. Alright. Oh, I need a very thin brush for what I'm about to do next. I have to get in between fingers. So let me pull this out. Let's see, what do I got in here? I may have... Ooh, this is a good thin brush. What is this? Is this one of my number... Oh. Oh, hello. I didn't know I had a number 0. I've been... Do I have a number 0? What the fuck? I thought my number 1s were the small... Oh, fuck me, dude. I also have this guy, which this might get in there pretty good. What fell? Something fell. No, I'm imagining it. It's my psychosis. I'm losing my mind with this painting. So, let's do this. Let's try to get in between these fingers. I need a lot of control. So thankfully around these fingernails though, I'm going to be um, kind of fixing up and doing like a fingernails or the dark fingernails for my orcs. But ooh yeah, this was good. Yeah. All right, good to know that I didn't know. I forgot I had this brush in my. Actually, I have a few boxes of like synthetic brushes that get like stupid thin, which I know I kind of stick it to my sable hairs, but sometimes I really just need these ridiculously thin brushes. And some of them, my most ridiculously thin brushes are unfortunately synthetics. Just because I spent most of my life collecting more synthetic brushes than sable hair. But yeah. Alright. Cool. I think other than my war boss, I could paint the wraps on my war boss. Let's see. No, my war boss, I want more of a brown, which I could do right now. I could. Let's pull out my number 2 Colin for that. I know I said I would work on my war boss a little later and kind of keep them separate, but I'm just kind of like doing anything to keep my mental sanity up for these guys. Alright. Oh, thank you. I didn't expect you to see you back. Welcome back. I'm breaking all my rules that I said I wouldn't break. Like working on my war boss here when I shouldn't be working on my war boss, but you can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. That's how I feel like my cat talks to me whenever he's bad. Boone, I was talking about before, who ate my shirt, one of my shirts. He's eaten a couple of my shirts. He's eaten more of Haley's shirts than anything. But I always like to think, like, if I'm yelling at him, like, I don't yell at him a lot, but like he is always just very, very naughty of a cat. And I'm just like, Boone, what are you doing? And I just always like to think he's like, you're not my real dad. It's kind of always the joke. I don't know. Boone is a terror. He's definitely a terror. There we go. I needed some more fresh paint. This bootstrap brown is kind of like getting old on my palette. And oh, I forgot my wet palette. Is actually, I said like 20 minutes ago it was drying out. God, I wonder I'm having issues. Let's get. I gotta be very careful. Very careful. Very. Let's get this all. Yeah, I really need to get those like tattoo bottles that tattoo artists use to wash, because like that's what people do. They have like a long thin nozzle and they're like squeezed. They're like ketchup bottles, like old school ones with like a thin nozzle, and they work fantastic for cleaning an airbrush but also filling your wet palette and keeping it hydrated, which I also have to do. I'm actually feeling like a little, not nauseous, but I definitely kind of feel like icky, not hydrating enough. Which, Good stuff. Nice. I love that freaking meme. Yeah, I needed to replenish that brown. I didn't realize how gunked up it was getting because my wet palette was completely bone dry. And it really is mostly, it's drying out a lot because of actually like the heat that we have on. I notice in winter and stuff, stuff dries out, like my snake's cage dries out and has to be sprayed down and hydrated a lot more often. I notice things just dry out, and it's because like artificial heat, and winter in general just dries things out. Um, so our summers get very humid, so that's like also a factor of like when you're spray painting, priming, paint, like even just normal wet palette painting, like things stay humid or more more moisturized in a way, especially if they're not in direct sunlight, obviously. But that does all play a factor into what you're doing. All right, I gotta lock in my elbows and do that. Yeah, I also gotta get in between his fingers too, which this is gonna suck. Let's see if I can get in here. Thankfully, he's got kind of like fatter fingers, so there's more forgiveness in here. I'm just gonna take it very slow. I have a little tiny curve to my tip because these are synthetic brushes and they suck. But I'm gonna use it to my advantage like that. And let's get like really, let's flush this brown up into the finger like that because I have a little bit too much of a dark space there. Oh. Yeah, I often think about a lot of like how I got Boone and what the doctor said, or like the where we retrieved him, and saying like it was definitely a human who dropped him into that dumpster because a mother cat would never carry a baby up into that kind of situation. Like she knew what I was talking about, like the area that we found him in, and it's like what kind of human being could just like take any living creature and actively be like, yep, putting you in here, you're gonna get crushed in a few hours, like F you, like honestly. And if you're watching my stream, come meet me. I got a few things to say to you. Like I know you're not, because you're not a cool person, and cool people wouldn't be watching this nerdy stuff, but like, ooh, that makes me big mad. I think I have enough animal enthusiasts here that agree with me. Um, but I love that cat so much to know that he was just like a few hours from not existing anymore. Like, just really upsets me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you just saved your cat, you know. It's almost been a year since you've had your cat. In a few months it will be. Tennis runner saved at least a 10-year-old diabetic cat last May. Yeah. And with a broken foot and all, you drove all the way out here to come to the kill shelter she was at, and you've been taking care of that cat all on your own, which kudos on you. That is such an expense. But what a sweet cat. I can't wait to meet them in real life. Yeah, because I've never been to your current place now, but now that you're closing on a house, I definitely will be hanging out, and we'll come over and I'll meet your cats. Yeah. I get what you were trying to say. You were trying to say badass and dad, but it came out as bad dad, but he's really just a badass cat dad. Alright, I like how this looks. Let's get a little... Well, I don't have to really do that. I want to get... There's a couple spots that, like, didn't want to catch the acrylic. Oh, don't. Did I mess that up? I messed it up slightly. Let's see if I can fix that before the acrylic cures. Come on. No, I don't think I was quick enough. Crap. Damn. Alright, I'll have to touch that up later. I got a little bit of brown on his knuckle, just like a little itty bitty speck, but that pisses me off. Alright. What time we got? Oh, I think actually we're at 6 o'clock right now. So I think I'm at a good point of stopping. I'm sorry I didn't get to the eyes today. These orcs are kicking my ass, man. I don't... Every bit is closer and closer. So I'll do a little bit of show and tell. Let me pop on my thing. I love this wet palette. I can't... Actually, if Army Painter ever wanted to sponsor me, I'd be like, fuck yeah. And that's not a unrealistic goal. So, alright, where's my guys? The only guy I did not work on, because I'm still so intimidated, was this dude. I'm still kind of saving him separately. I didn't work on my knob and my boss too much today. So actually, let's just negate those guys. So the guys I mostly worked on, we'll do a little show and tell. Show and tell. Come on, camera. This is show and tell time. There we go. So that's one of my main dudes. Oh, come on. Don't unfocus. Are you kidding me? Come on. I'm relying on you. Hundreds of people might see this. Or maybe 100. My post stream has actually been getting like average 100 views, which is like pretty cool. But this is what I'm getting so far for this guy. And I dare say, I think the next stream I do of these guys will be the stream where we start to get the washes on these. I didn't even start his tusks yet. But I have a feeling the next stream of these guys is going to be the stream that I'm like at least finishing off, like starting to shade them. The shades go by so quick. That's the thing that's like so frustrating too is you build up all these flat colors to um, put on these guys, and then the process for the to do all the shades is like super duper quick. But there's a lot of layering with the shades that I will be doing that I don't think I worked on this guy too much at all, actually. I think this is the only dude I haven't really worked on. Yep. Yeah. I completely forgot to work on this dude. This guy was completely neglected. So maybe next time I'll start with him. And my squig, I have to like. I think my squig is gonna be like really good to finish. I don't like that this isn't. There we go. And then let's get the squig. Even though I just painted the inside of his mouth, it definitely brings him to like a definite like 80% complete. Oh, there we go. I just have to kind of like do some like glazing and probably a little bit of dry brushing before I get more into the mix of stuff. But that was what I mostly worked on today, and I really appreciate you guys being for it. So let's go through intermission. All right, putting these guys back. So yeah, I definitely want some feedback on a few things for the future. After these orcs are done, and I want to say I probably only have 2 more streams of doing these dudes, 2 or 3, give or take. Especially, I might go back and do some touch-ups. I said I would do that last time, and every week is going by so quick since I've been doing these streams. Like, what would you guys? I'm gonna give you guys. All right, I'm gonna give you guys a couple options. I have my gnolls. Gnolls are gonna be tough. If I commit to the gnolls, it's gonna be quite a few streams. If I do my mutants, that's from ground up, except for building. They're literally still they're still just gray. So I have to finish basing some of these dudes even. And that's a 6-man warband right now. I have my Night Lords. I haven't touched my Night Lords yet. I have terrain too. I have a couple of pieces of terrain, especially small pieces that I could get into, like if you guys want like something more quickly like done that I could probably do in 4 hours, like you would see probably quite a few pieces done. I could do terrain. And if you guys don't get to me here, let me know what you guys want to see painted after my orcs. Shoot me a Discord message or something. Let me know. I'm looking forward to Wednesday. I'm gonna continue drawing. I might continue drawing that one Power Up Yishika one, or I might be doing other stuff. I have to draw emotes. I have emotes that I can do, and I want to make my own custom emotes. I was thinking of doing like an Airclav and Valkyria emote. And those who have not seen my armor, it's hard to actually even see back there. Actually, probably because I have that on. Can you see that? No, I need better lighting to actually point behind the rest of my stuff. But I was thinking of a lunar, a goblin, and a gnoll emote, because I only have 5 I can start out with, being starting affiliate, I think, for right now. And those were what I was thinking of doing. So I do need to draw those out. I don't know if I'll do them on stream or not. Let me know. Otherwise, look out for my impromptu things, because I will keep Friday flexible for either gaming or doing whatever I feel that day. I think my gaming might be more my impromptu. Like, hey, I'm feeling like doing a little bit of gaming. Gonna throw that in there. It might be even be like at some point, like when we're gaming at night with my fiance, and Tanis, and my buddy Man's Tacos, who's Tom. We may all do like group stuff together, and I might just throw it on stream. I'll probably be like, yeah, do it on stream. Um, so yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was a little bit of a lighter day, but it still was a good day. I think I did a lot of progress on the orcs. They're getting so on the precipice of like finally getting the shades on and like getting some. I'll show some glazings and some highlight build up, and I'm gnawing at the bit. They're so close, and I just want to get them done. Because I really want to play with the game with the orcs. Yeah, but I'll stop gabbing. Thank you guys again. I had so much fun today. It was great to see some of my old friends hop in, and thank you again, Creeposaur, for your awesome donation. And I've been waiting to chat with you about streaming and stuff. And I guess I'll see a lot of you guys on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care in the snowstorm. Love you guys.